Twitch actually working properly? Promise.
Which never works properly. What do you mean? Why does it say?
Functional Twitch isn't real. Functional Twitch can't hurt you.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Because that's when all the reviews are done.
Why is there a
Yep.
game called Bus Simulator?
No, they can't edit the reviews after it has been put out. You can do an addendum and make an article about it, but you can't alter your review. Also, the Gamba is live for the people who want that to do that.
I do all in on one multi in a dream.
Yeah, I gotta start.
Really good.
Now, here's the thing. Do I gamble my life saving?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I shall gamble my life savings on Khadroth. Only to be disappointed.
Y'all gotta step it up.
I should gamble my life savings and
To
somebody
be fair,
else's.
you can only gamble 250,000.
Yeah. Haven't done that on a multi.
On a multi in a dream, I have not done that. I haven't gambled yet, though. I can't remember the last time Cad rolled. I don't know where his luck factor's at right now.
Last time. When is the last time you got fucked by rolls again?
Didn't you just have a giant cheesecake? That's why? God, social media is a plague on this world.
I want cheesecakes. I don't even get cheesecakes. Like, actually, no, I did.
Yeah, like President did.
I mean, they're just mad because they can't afford to take a big.
You know, I don't think I'd go to the Cheesecake Factory with Kanye. No, don't think. It's not the Cheesecake Factory. It's probably who I'm with. Sounds like an exhausting night.
Literally in a coma, but I was awake. Best kind.
cheesecake. DoorDash or something. We don't have a cheesecake factory nearby.
Hmm. But Ken, your currently very late DoorDash order right now. I think you're insinuating something, but I don't understand it. Can you please speak it in plain English? Uh,
Oh god, what is it?
Damn,
mean,
that's
yes, but
fucking talent
why?
right there. What the?
And you find out it's real. Just find out it's real.
Piss off, cat.
What's your food
I'm
star?
shocked. I didn't know cheesecake was on DoorDash.
Like a no. Oh, okay, no. No, this place. No.
I still feel like half the
Place
time it'd
on
be
the
cheaper.
Wild Spire Waste map. Just nighttime.
I feel like half the time it'd be cheaper in times and
It is in the continental U.S.
They said that an hour ago.
Hey guys, I'm waiting on my
What do you
food.
heard?
It's like just about here.
Because it's easy.
Give me like 5
and it does
minutes.
a lot of damage.
Because like I don't want to like go live and then
does a
have to
lot of
get up in the middle
damage.
of my stuff to go get it. But yeah, my food is like over an hour and a half late and it's just finally arriving. And I'm like, oh my god, man.
Man, not even CEs? Damn.
But I did get the tweet
Enough
out. Go
rolls.
ahead and go give
Can't
that
believe
some
I was
love.
playing Monster Hunter with aim assist on.
And let me snag for you
You're
guys.
playing Monster Hunter with aim assist. What are you?
Let me snag for you guys the art for today.
I always felt like my controller was drifting in weird directions.
Oh, you know, I guess I should edit the stream title as well. There we go. Exo Video and the Sister, I think they're very underrated. Yeah, I do too. They're not the best unit out there by any means, but I think they're actually like pretty darn good, and a lot of people don't realize how good they are. It becomes apparent the more you use them, and also like just in general, if you actually look at their stats compared to like other units, like their actual damage performance, it's shockingly good. It's not as bad as you would think for a supportish unit. But again, yeah, feel free to go watch the video that I put out on the Trung Sisters today, guys, especially if you weren't around yesterday. And we're going to be getting started here just ever so shortly. I am literally watching the dude pull into my neighborhood right now, so... What the heck is that projected? Okay. I went to look back at the DoorDash map, and it was like showing the dude like leaving my neighborhood, driving in a loop-de-loop and coming back and then delivering it. And I was like, huh? And then it just immediately updated.
Why don't I just straight up take damage when I'm near?
If you guys want the sauce for the starting screen art, usually it's always under the Aurelia art hashtag on Twitter. You can find it on my page, like on my profile page, or you can just get on the Discord, and there's an entire section where I post all of the sauce.
Yes, the toaster can burn you if you close to him.
But I'm not. I have blight resist and
Doesn't matter.
I'm not on fire. I know.
I'd rolled 29-10 rolls, so I may as well roll one last one for pity. Yeah, at that point. Also, chat, don't forget, you do have like some missions for some of the campaigns, like the Spring Master campaign and the Road to 7 campaign. Make sure you guys are getting those done. Otherwise, you may live to regret it. You're just going to miss out on some free courts and stuff.
Where is it? Nope. Right in the ass? Yes.
Not using the art you posted today? No, because I posted it, right? Like, I like to keep art for stream to be surprises.
It's been live for like 15 minutes now.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't
waiting
jump
for
up
his
yet.
food for more than 15.
So hungry.
Only his food exists. First place.
7 minutes left on the predictions.
Get your predictions in.
Oh, that was funny. The guy actually handed it to me, and he had to take the picture of it to get credit for it. Again, that took way, way, way too long. Let me get this opened up, and we can go ahead and start stream chat. Sorry, this is... You guys get impromptu mukbang, I guess, because this is literally me finally actually getting sustenance.
Toss a point to Zephyr. When was that one added?
Okay.
A while ago.
Going up now. Alrighty. Chat, let's get this party started. Oh, you know, it might help if I booted up OBS on this computer. I didn't catch what did you say we should pay attention to. The master missions, basically. There's some campaign-specific missions that are out right now in connection with Road to 7 and the Spring Master campaign. So don't miss out on those, because they're time limited. Like, what the Road to 7 one, you need to actually run, like, 3... I think it's 3 free quests from LB2. And hello, everybody. Oh, apparently I still didn't boot up OBS. There we go. Remind me later. Remind me later. Reply. There you go. Okay. How's it going, everybody? Again, sorry for the delay. That happens sometimes. Every once in a while I get... I basically get delays with regards to to my food order, and it always wrecks me a little bit when it happens. Here is today's artwork. Go give it some love. Today is the fantastic Ayako Kawasumi's birthday, aka Miss Artoria Pendragon. Be sure to pour one out for her, I guess. No, not pour one out for her. Toast her. Hello, everybody. But yeah, again, we are going to be rolling for the Trung sisters tonight. I'm going to have to spin down my AP as well, but it is the weekend. It is Easter weekend for us here in the States, and we are obviously excited to not have to work. But yeah, this is our weekend off basically, and I'll probably work every weekend from now until the deadline. But at least this one I don't have to. I probably need to do at least Okay, so I actually went ahead and did the Scotty interlude that was half cost. And then I also did Sigurd's strengthening, I think, that I had. But I think I'm good on that end for right now. You guys can see I still have some that I have to do. Whoops, I keep pressing Chaldea Gate and not the actual event. And yeah, I'm up to date on the story. Like, I'm at the time lock until it resets tonight. But I gotta at least spin some down. So let me go find the advanced node here. I have not gotten, like, anything really, so to speak. I'm not gonna spend everything down because we're gonna roll. So I'm just gonna do this, like, node the one time. And this should actually be the gold material from this if I double check here. Indeed it is. So let me actually see if I can filter, because I'm sure people don't necessarily have MLB. Well, I'm pretty sure I just saw one go by. Oh, we actually do have an MLB. Thank you, Shadow. I'll take it. And again, party cost is a little bit of a concern here, but I don't really have too much going on. Don't forget, guys, there are, like, bonus units for taking certain things to a node. So, like, essentially every unit is a bonus unit, and you just want to make sure you're taking the right classes to the right node. You can also take the Trung sisters. You can also take Tai Swede later on when they're out, and that will be how you'll min-max your bonus. But since I know I'm going to be rolling, I'm not too terribly concerned with it, as I'm sure it's going to work out for me. Woodstock, thank you for the 26. Jade, thank you for the 52. Clem, thank you for the follow. Thy Bumble, thank you for the follow. And James, thank you guys for the follow yesterday while I was offline. Strong has all three and so does Tai Sweet. Yeah, so that's why it's like the meta thing to do, because you're just getting to double up. I haven't bothered with it too much because, honestly, the problem that I had today was actually reading through all the initial story. It took me, like, forever to read through basically the equivalent of 4 chapters that were just immediately available to you as long as you, like, did a node, unlocked something, and then had to read more. So, like, it took me forever, and that is going to be kind of par for the course for the first week of the event here. But I think after that first week, once you've gotten a lot of the stuff built, it's just going to be, you know, kind of looking through, if you go back and rebuild different parts, those scenes, and you'll have the majority of the actual story done, so you're not going to care too much. So it's not going to take that much longer beyond something like that, I'd say. It was like 30 minutes to start. Yeah, it's like the initial onboarding of the story I didn't feel like was that bad, but like down the stretch and all the other stuff that we had to do was kind of like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's come on. Make sure you get the right twin saber. Oh, you're saying I shouldn't get Dioscuri? Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. That would be my luck. Okay, finally get some sustenance in me. Literally all I've had is soda at this point. I got some fish because again I'm Catholic and it's a Friday during Lent, so it's like I'm supposed to, like, you don't have to fast or anything like that, but you're supposed to kind of sacrifice, and it's basically like don't eat red meat is the way it's looked at as. It's different in different parts of the world, but I know at least like that's kind of what we've always done. So I just try to eat seafood on Fridays, basically, especially like more frugal, right? Like, because this is actually a really healthy meal. So, in a weird way, it's good for me that I'm doing this. What weapon did I choose? Sorry, for what? Oh, for arming the Kongs? I picked the katana. I'm just gonna go down the list. Like, I know there is like some differences, but like you're gonna get to see all the cutscenes anyways. The seafood diet, seafood you eat it, yes. I am a fan of that diet as well. How I used to be, especially while I was playing sports back in high school and college. I could eat like anything, but nowadays metabolism begins to slow down some, and it's like, Okay, instead of going into another node, let's actually go over to JP, make sure I'm good over there, and then we'll start the rolls. I decided to go for Trung early. You can definitely do that, and I'm not going to blame you for doing stuff like that, Kirst. The only issue is that you lose out on a lot of the efficiency of event craft essences if you do it that way. But it is what it is. I like the pile drivers. I like Semiramis in a hard hat. It's great because I saw all the memes from it on the JP side of things too. Are we rolling for sisters? We're rolling for sisters here in a minute. Again, I don't know if we're going to get to Ordeal Call 2 tonight. I'd actually like to play some Dragon's Dogma. There is also, by the way, chat, the NA survey. You guys can go ahead and fill it out if you want. However, if you wait, I will fill out the survey with you guys probably on Monday. So that way we have like time to let people get their lotto shit done and everything like that. But then we can actually like go through it detail by detail. Again, you guys will get to see how I fill it out. And again, that can absolutely influence your choices or not. It's totally up to you. I always at least like to do it with you guys on stream so that you can see what my concerns are. And maybe, again, if you find that you agree with that, you can add it to your survey. Or if you disagree with it, you can instead complain about the opposite thing or something, right? So it's a really interesting time whenever we get a survey like this. I did see a lot of people saying like, oh, they're actually asking how much we know about JP. And I just want to say that while yes, that is intriguing, it's not actually that interesting because they've been asking it. They asked it on the prior survey. And so at this point, I just assume that they're just kind of trying to see, does it actually fluctuate over time? Already did it, got my tickets, yeah. And that's perfectly fine. Like I said, if you want to go ahead and fill it out, feel free to. But if you want to wait and see, like maybe if I cover something that you didn't think about or something like that, go for it, right? Been on the survey for years at this point, yeah. They've always known that the NA community has that. And the only reason why I suspect that they ask is I think they want to know how much of us really know. And is the pendulum swinging more towards the JP side of things? Which I'm going to be honest, I do think it is over time. But I think that's because of how JP has slowed down and conducted itself, that more and more people are instead just opting to spoil themselves, which I don't think is a good thing. Like, I actually believe that's bad. That's hurtful to the NA community. The soapbox about the pity system, even though I know they won't change it. It's good, right? And I will say this, I think it helps at least in the sense of if JP ever does wonder what the NA community like wants or feels about certain topics, they can ask, and the localization staff will have that information on hand. Or, I mean, for all we know, it's probably just submitted right back to the JP side of things, and they actually have it should they need to reference it. I'm always doing the same fight on JP. Here, I'll show you. So, the reason it's a thing on JP is because I'm doing sort of the ordeal call nodes. these are the storm pod nodes. So if you actually see down here, I have this 2 out of 9. We get 3 of these every day, but it only occurs once you've like basically done the intro to Ordeal Call. So this is after LB7 stuff. This is JP. They're 2 years ahead of us. This is where NA is headed. And the reason you guys keep seeing me do it is because this node is a 90 star node. It's not even a 90 plus plus. It's the one beyond it. But it has a really good drop rate for fruit. And I'm actually doing okay on fruit now. But basically, you see me farming it just as a means to an end, as something to do. There are a couple other nodes I can farm. But right now, to me, this is probably the best one for me to farm. Though I am considering switching. But it is why you see me doing it day after day, basically. JP doesn't have an active event at the moment, so there's nothing else to do. There's literally just the story chapter, and while I'm busy on NA doing things, like for instance the rolls tonight, I basically say whatever. We'll just kind of do my storm pods, and that'll be how I spend my AP down. You don't save AP into apples? I do, but just so you guys are aware, you should still do 3 runs every single day, because you get daily stuff from doing 3 runs. So don't ever turn all of your AP into blue apples. At least do 3 runs a day. It's how you get not only more mana prisms, but also those daily tickets that give you your pick of ascension mats. You get even more of them now from JP for doing those. So you definitely want to at least do your 3 runs. And then if you want to turn the rest into blue apples, you absolutely can. I do that myself, so. No, I fixed that one, Ray, thank God. Like I said, that was only a thing because I used the exact same thing in the event, and I didn't realize it. Go in and do their interludes on NA right now? Yeah. Yeah, they're so like due to the Road to LB7 campaign, there are interludes and strengthenings that are available to you. Actually, sorry, I think it's just interludes. There are interludes that are available to you if you don't have the unit. So like if you don't have Sigurd's interlude, you don't have Sigurd, you can still do his interlude right now during the campaign. And the reason you would want to is obviously it gets you his story, even if you don't have him, but also it counts towards your milestones. So you get not only the like ascension mats that you would get from clearing it, and maybe even the courts, but it will also contribute towards the milestone that'll get you even more courts as how many interludes you have done. So make sure you guys are doing them. They are half cost right now as well, so it's really worth it to go just get those knocked out. Even if you're worried about the Sea Monster Crisis event, it's probably worth like a singular apple or something to get it done. Patriotism time? Yes, the Helldivers theme. We gotta find the time to play some more Helldivers too. Last event's so stressful, this event seems more fun. It will be. This event, like I said, it's gonna be a lot more chill for people. Right here, day 1, the story is pretty like overbearing, but the story's good still. Like, I highly recommend reading this one. Actually, we're not going to do the last one in case we do have the time to do Ordeal Call. Why is Castorian rate up on JP anyways? I don't know. Chat, just so you're aware, Trubs talked about this as well. And for those of you guys that watch his stream, you got to see him roll. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different banners on JP right now. So there are a ton of banners up. And this is why, like I said, chat, like in the future, doing stuff like the full year banner review, I'm going to have to get way more concise with it and like pick and choose ones that I want to cover, because there's way too many banners now. Like it's not a bad thing that there's too many, right? Like it's nice that they're giving people so many options for like when to roll and who to roll on. But it makes it really difficult on guide makers like me and people that want to like cover the content for you guys and inform you, because I can't keep it straight anymore. There's way too many. Like it's impossible for me to like memorize this shit in my head. So it's kind of down to me to like figure out which ones actually have good bang for their buck. No Draco though, still no Draco, yeah. JPS download campaign. There's one that should be coming up, but we have no idea when it's going to happen. But banners really skip those that really need buffs. No, I'll probably skip banners for already existing units for the most part. And we'll cover mostly new banners. And then I might talk about if there's like a, hey, this is a really good banner to roll this unit on because of like pairings with other units or CEs or something like that. I might mention one of those, but I'm not going to mention like basically prior released units at that point to cut down on it. Thanks for tweeting the class bonus, by the way. That's got a permanent tab now during the event. That's exactly why I did it. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. For that exact same reason. I was like, I'm going to put this on Twitter so that I can access it from anywhere. You want 150 plus banners? No, I mean, like, I don't want that many. I'm just saying it's never a bad thing to give people more opportunities to roll, right? Like, I want you guys to think about this. This game runs on FOMO, right? We went like 3 years without an Arjuna Altar banner. We went almost 4 years without a Squirtoria banner. That fucking sucks. So the more they run those banners, the less time you have to wait if you're like, oh man, I just missed that banner for the unit that I want, right? So that's why I'm saying it's usually better to run more banners than less, because it just gives the player more options for what to do. I understand there's like maybe this like psychological pressure to be like, oh God, but I really need all of these units. But the reality is it's actually lessening the pressure on you, because you can safely go, okay, I don't necessarily need to roll this unit right here because they're probably going to get another banner, like at least within a year or something like that. So it kind of lessens it on you, and you can say like, okay, it's no longer do I have to doubt when the unit is going to get another banner, if they ever will. Because there were periods in time in FGO's history where people doubted that units would ever actually receive another banner. Right now, we have that going on JP with Draco. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to get another Draco banner. It's just people get like mental about these things. And I think a lot of it's driven by desire and want and need for these units. But if you're patient and you've been around as long as I have, you know that unit is coming back eventually. So it's more about preparing for the next run of it. And rather than just sitting there and constantly like being like, oh, I don't know that it'll ever receive another one, right? Yeah, Arcuate hasn't had another banner since 7th Annie. You're correct. Actually, wait. Did she? Did she not get another one? I could have sworn she had one off on something. No, I don't think she did. Yeah, I think it is Arcuate and Draco right now, or some of the ones. Draco hasn't even been out for a year yet. Yeah, that's the other thing. People keep losing their mind about Draco, and it's like, I think Draco's like right now coming up to the 1 year mark, basically. My guess is 30 million is her next. For Arcuate, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And who knows, maybe they tie it in with Tsukihime somehow, right? Anyways, okay, let's go over to NA. Let's do the deed. I hate when that happens and you miss a banner right after coming back in a gacha. It happened to me in Arknights. Yeah, exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like, usually anything that reduces FOMO, fear of missing out, if you're not sure what FOMO means, anything that reduces FOMO is good. It's good for you, the player, right? it might not be the best for the game and for it making money, but it's good for you, the player. And anything that's good for you, the player, you should be in favor of. Because, chat, the developers are not on your side. This is like, I hate to draw the comparison, but this is gambling. And the house always wins. So, at the end of the day, you need to understand it is you against the house, not like, oh, good guy house is letting me gamble in their game. No. The whole reason they're giving you more banners is to entice you. But like I said, you have to realize when the odds are at least improving for you, or I'd say like you're getting a better spread of options, if you will. Give us our third cheeky. Yeah, go for it. I'm okay with that. Watch Draco only appear during arcade collabs. That would be funny, at least, but it'd be what it'd be. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start rolling for the Trung sisters here. And again, don't worry about the quartz amount. I will stockpile as needed, but I am probably just going for the singular token copy. I do really like the Trung sisters, and I do have units that would outperform them. But the reason I'm going for the Trung sisters mostly is going to be I like that supportive capability that they have. I feel like they're going to be really fun to use in certain comps. And so as a result, I don't necessarily need them to be this like crazy NP5 variant. So I'm just going to go for my token copy of it. But again, don't feel like you have to roll, and don't feel like you should feel bad if you rolled more than I did. Either one of those options is fine. It's absolutely an optional thing to roll for these units. And again, I think I made a good case for why you should at least have an interest in them, more so than we kind of, I'd say the rest of the community kind of gives them credit for. So, got my Lambda and left. That's all I wanted. Understandable. All right, so there is the paid La Single there. You know what? Let's go ahead and we'll do tickets because I got 50 of them. So better to spend them down and have that out of the way. Watch it be that easy. It's never that easy. I got a Fion. Ah. So you got an arch looping AoE 4-star Lancer that you wanted, right? We could even say fair-skinned as well. Oh, there we go. 4-star C. Getting C's will also be nice. It'll just make the event easier to clear. So, Johanna, was that easy? Was that the last one that I ticket pulled? Like, I legitimately can't remember the last time I ticket pulled someone. It's actually been a while. Like, I think I have gotten a... Oh, there we go. Sweet. At least I'm getting the 5-star C, too. So... Cat scratching my rolling itch so I don't have to. Exactly. Live vicariously through me, chat. Although the problem with living vicariously through me is if I start getting shafted by the gacha, then you vicariously got shafted as well. It's easy. I just got it with 8 tickets. I'm grinning. Nice. Congratulations. Like I said, I never get angry if people get lucky. I'm always... Again, chat, we're all together on the same team. This is us versus the house, okay? So we gotta beat the house here. I had no idea. Oh, whoops, hold on. I was actually trying to turn my my speaker on for that, just so that chat could hear their voice line. You were saying? Listen. Moons did curse me with a ticket pull. You can call us whatever you like. You're twins. I told you, 200k points to me. Yep. Like I said, I have not ticket pulled someone legitimately in a long time, so like, I'll take it. This is money I don't have to spend, right? Like, I'm still floating on the pack I bought basically during the lotto, so like, this is a-okay for me. I don't have to like spend any money here, so I will absolutely take it. I also got a 4-star and a 5-star CE, so like, honestly, yeah, that was like a really good like pool of roll results right there. I cannot ask for more success. I guess. Oh, wait. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I may actually have another reason to roll. I may actually have another reason to roll. Oh, not that. Come on. Oh no. Oh no. I had planned on finishing my melt here. It was one of the other factors in rolling in this. Oh god, if I get out now, I'm free. I'm so free. You shouldn't have looked. I shouldn't have. All right, chat, we're back in. Be free or be complete. That's true, right? Like, and that's so difficult. How do I decide? You will be rewarded. Okay, but the problem with this blue is that I have a tendency to get very much wrong luck. So like, I'll get a gold lancer and it's gonna be Fion. Or I'll get another servant that's like gold and it's just gonna be like another copy of the Trung sisters. I will be blessed, right? Like I will be blessed with more copies of the Trung sisters, but not the thing that I actually need. And then I'll just sit here going like, oh, come on, game. Or again, maybe I'll just get totally shafted from here on out. The game will go, oh, you got lucky, so you get nothing. Wrong luck? Yes. Again, it's not like I can really get pissed if I get wrong luck, but it's like, good lord, please. P5 Trunk before a single melt. Yeah, couldn't be me, right? Is Percival in general? Yes, he is. He like, again, with any general unit, their banner has to end first, but yeah, he absolutely was added after the LB6 Part 2 banner ended. Ask Faye about Fujino? Oh, trust me, you guys can ask me. I've experienced it myself. I'm gonna go play Wuthering. It comes out in May. Just curious. I don't know, because like, I didn't get like invited to any of the closed beta tests. Even though I am apparently one of the Wuthering Waves content creators. So it's like, I haven't even gotten to try the game, so I have no idea if I'll even like it. Because like, I am interested, but it is like, it's not looking good for me at that point, right? Did I see Azure Promilla game? No, I haven't seen that at all. What is that? Yeah, Wuthering announced its release date, finally. I'm predicting you get spooked by Karna. Thank you. Thanks for the USO, Kenner. Yeah, I remember you talking about that, AP. Imagine Palworld, but a gacha made by Azure Lane Studio. That sounds awful. I don't want that. I'm dead serious. Like, I completely understand if people are interested in that, but like, no, I don't want that. Gacha are waifus and you get pets from the gameplay. Okay, maybe that's a little bit different, but like, I think the thing I like about Pal World is more the like survival and base building aspect. And if a gacha game was trying to be like Pal World but didn't have that, I'm not sure I would care, right? I want Napoleon not during Ibuki and Castoria, though, yeah. What MP we aiming for? Yeah, I already got the Trung sisters off a ticket, so we got very lucky. So I'm actually just aiming for my final copy of Melt that I never finished on her original banner. Chat, the reason I never finished Melt is because I got so lucky on Buntoria. Buntoria was my luckiest NP5 SSR ever. And because I got so lucky on Buntoria, I still was at NP4 of both Melt and Okita Assassin. And I said, well, I kind of at this point better just keep rolling to see if I get like one copy. And it's like, if I get one copy of the SR of either of them, I'll just delay until it's the solo raid up. But I was like, I may as well keep rolling the split raid up until I get one of them. And hilariously enough, I got a 6th copy of Bunny before I saw any of them. And then finally I ended up getting the 5th copy of Okita Assassin. So at that point I said, okay, I'm good. And I just got while the getting was good. And I never went back and rolled that 5th copy of Melt because I knew Melt had other banners. And she still has other banners beyond this. But I basically said, okay, this is where I will complete my Melt collection. And then the banner said bet. Especially people who didn't want her. Good. I curse people that didn't want Bunny with more Bunny. That way they will have to learn of her greatness. The casino owner servant was so generous on the gacha. Hey, I'm okay with it. I think everybody deserves their own Bunny. I don't want more Bunny. I feel like you're saying that on purpose. All right, chat, that's now 20 tickets in. Oh. Curse me with more bunnies, the banner was hell for me. Yeah, there were people that wanted Bunny that got like all Melts or all Okitas. And it's really funny to see that. Cat is the Oprah of Bunny? Yeah. You know what I think, chat? I think we should have an Easter event on JP where it's all bunny girls. That's what I think. And I think it should come out right now. Zort, thank you for the 35. Happy Easter long weekend. It's not a long weekend for me, but at least it is a weekend, so I will take it. Bunny costumes for everyone? Exactly. Truly a Vegas jackpot moment? Nice, Ninja. I have 2 tickets and 30 cent courts. Wish me luck. Good luck, Jay. And Go, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 9 months. Huh? Huh? Did I not have that? Oh, okay. Weird, but okay. How do you tell if a card is double-sided? So you see that like first thing that it shows, so you can see like it's Archer right there from the icon. But when it's first flipping around, it doesn't have an icon on the side of it. So in that split second that you see it, if you instead see the actual class icon, it means it's double-sided. It's rare, but it does happen. Oof, my shells are getting low. The good news is this event is somewhat of a pseudo-summer event, so like, it's going to end up doing stuff like that. Last year was the year of the rabbit. Yeah. You're not wrong. What's my day job? I am an accountant. Ooh, sweet. Another 5-star C. I'm a CPA, if you will. So like I'm in the middle of tax season basically. Only NP2 of Melt and MP1 of Okita. Yeah, like I said, I got really lucky with it myself, and I was just like, oh wow, I never thought I would get like NP5 before ever seeing like really any of the 4 stars. And I did have the 4 stars, I just didn't have them either of them complete. They've never acknowledged Chinese New Year, right? As far as I know, no, not really. Which I will say I find really funny that like what is it like? We had that interview with the Honkai Star Rail dude, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we don't make real world events to tie into things because we're a global thing." And I'm like, "Yeah, then why do you do like Lantern Festival or whatever the hell it's called? That seemingly like timely wise like lines up with clearly the Chinese New Year." So, Cad is secretly Ben Affleck. No, Ben Affleck is actually secretly Cad. Yeah, you guys didn't realize, but that's actually a thing. Ishun, yes, it happens. Random Ishun. How can I stop the urge to spend my Saint Quartz? I need to get Castoria. Don't spend your Saint Quartz. I know that sounds like awful, but you've got to learn the willpower not to roll. And I know that sounds rich coming from a guy that's like streaming right now, right? But like you really do have to find the willpower. Otherwise, this game will constantly debate you and you will just YOLO into every banner and you'll never be able to save anything up. And basically the game will just take you for everything. So my advice, yeah, I mean, don't do the daily, then log off. Don't do that. Like, don't give them bad advice, right? But my advice is basically to just, again, tell yourself, remind yourself what your plans are, look at it and remind yourself about how much you want or need the thing, and then just say, you know, to yourself like, hey, I really need to get that, right? Like, just keep reminding yourself about what it is that you would potentially be trading. Gamba addiction, pretty much. Print a Castoria photo and put it on your wall. Make it your phone background. Saving for this summer has been rough. Yeah. And like I said, so there's other ways you can handle it. Again, you can live vicariously through someone like me that's rolling on stream. You can start an alt account. You can play a different server. You can pick up a different gacha game. That's how a lot of people manage to deal with it. And I'm going to say this, if you're starting an alt account, playing a different server, picking up a different gacha game, you might have a gambling problem, because at that point it means that your only way of not rolling is rolling, just rolling somewhere else, right? But like that's the only way that I can really try to like give you hints as to how to cope with it, is because that's how some other people cope with it. To me, it's more of a willpower issue, and as long as people have the willpower, they'll be good at saving for anything. But if you don't have the willpower, you can expect to constantly get baited. Roll to not roll with a strat. Yep. Sorry, thank you for the 7. Can do with extra QP to constructively advance an account. I assume you're asking this because you don't have Ascension materials, correct? There it is. I'll take it. All in tickets, chat. All in tickets. Oh, this banner was kind. I will take that. That is no Saint Quartz. So it did end up costing me like 38 tickets, and well, I guess it did cost me the paid Saint Quartz, but that was nothing. So yeah, I'd say like about 40, right, is pretty much what it cost, about 40 tickets. So basically the equivalent of like 4 multis. I'm okay with that. That's perfectly fine. That's a very lucky result. Now on to MLB, those Cs. Honestly, I don't think I really got that many CEs. Don't look at that, chat. Every time I go back to that page, it just makes me chuckle. Anyways, how could you... Look, chat, I'm sorry. I ground out 500 boxes. I'm going to get some drops. It's still funny. Yeah, so this is actually all I got. I didn't even get a 3-star C from it. I only got the 1 4-star, and I actually got 2 5-stars, which I'm okay with that. Like I said, I can't really ask for too much. It was 120-ish quartz basically spent there, and that was, you know, I'm going to say a slightly less than average CE result. But due to the servant average being good, I think that's a win still. I'll take that. I only got 23 drops and 350 boxes. Ooh, that's a little oof. 38 tickets is so cheap to get out of a banner. Exactly, yeah. You'll never hear me complain about that. Honestly, the easiest way to deal with my CEs then... I will keep my MLBs around. And we will go... Swoop. CE bombs, yep. Missed one, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. And then... let's lock you just to make sure. I didn't want to like drag this down and accidentally burn it and then go like, oh crap. Also, let's lock you since you're apparently the first copy of that CE I've gotten. I don't know how, but... And there we go. That's literally all I have to do to enable myself to be able to farm more, which is great. I will absolutely take that. Works out way better that way. Okay. So, actually, do I have any foes right now? Oh, not you. Not you. Oh god, event bonus is also not good. There we go. We'll just switch it back to this. And actually, the easy one will be not level max. And boom, there we go. Okay, so do I have any foes? I do not have any foes. I'm gonna go grab the oldest foes in here. Oh, is I really that capped out? Well, I still got that, so I guess I'll just go ahead and spend some of the embers. That'll at least give me a full stack. We need a drop for Sea Monster event, right? I don't know. I believe you do, but I did not see a 5th drop in anything. So if there is a 5th one, it would have to be like from the story itself or something, which may be a thing. The most ancient foes, yes. So again, for you new players, one of the like kind of tidbits that I'll give you, and it's not the end of the world, you don't have to do this, but it's usually that you want to foe before you do anything else with a unit, because it'll save you QP. Basically, you can always foe a unit even if they're at max level, but you do not only get a smidge of experience from putting foes in, but also the QP cost will actually be lessened if you use the foes early as opposed to later. So if you're trying to save QP, that's something that you can do. What weapon did I choose? I chose the katana for right now. Because I picked the first one on the list, and that's probably what I'll do for all the options. Then I'll go and do all the second options, then all the third options. That way, like, it makes it easy for me to determine what ones I've already done. I chose Sparta. Yeah, it's feel free to pick and choose whatever one you want. I think that's perfectly fine. Just make sure you have some method of like remembering. And the game may remember for you. I actually don't remember. I always faux after Max ripped me. It's not that big of a deal. It's not going to cost you like you're not going to go like, oh my God, I'm now totally screwed because I've done that. It's literally just a case of like, you're going to lose out on some QP because you did it that way. It's just not usually enough to make or break you. But if you're trying to stretch your QP as far as you can, by all means, go for it. As an avocation for melee. Yeah, that's all good. Because I need to waste QP. Yeah, if you want to do it at max level to waste, that's perfectly fine as well. I usually just do it to get it out of the way early. But it's why you saw me just go ahead and throw some embers in, because I was like, oh, I actually don't have the inventory space. And in that regard, one of the things that I'm doing here, chat, is like I'm actually alleviating the cap that I was hitting from the lotto. That was one of the problems I was basically having at this point, was that I was in a weird spot basically because I kind of was like capped out on everything from the lotto. So like QP was reaching its cap and was going to go to waste, and my embers are also reaching a point of fullness, so I needed something else to like spend the embers on potentially. And I didn't roll the Trung sister specifically for that, but I realized, oh, I can delay opening my boxes until I roll the Trung sisters. And also there is yet one more thing, chat, that you can also do. So you will, on April 1st, get the reset for your Grail casting. So that would allow you to print 2 more Grails. So if you want to wait for something like that to be able to use more of your embers from the lotto, you can also use that. Just keep in mind, at that point, I think you only have like 3 days left to roll out your boxes. So be a little bit careful with it. Just make sure that you don't like forget about it and then let like your boxes go to waste. Yep. I think you can't do the same one you've done before, or I misunderstood the explanation. Sorry, for what, like, you're talking about foeing? Or something else? Woo free grails? Well, I don't know about free, but sure. Again, like, early on for NA here, it's going to seem like grails are free for everything, because people have so many coins stockpiled. Save as much FP as we can for the collab event. You can. It's not that big of a deal. Like there are some nice CEs to roll out of it, and there is the Mary Anning welfare, but like it's, again, chat, do it if you want. You don't have to care too much though. They're free if you do lotto. Yeah, to that degree, right? But chat, keep in mind, in order to have enough FP to subsist for an entire year, you need to average 550 boxes of lotto. Most people are not going to do that. And again, I think the number is actually south of that. It's not quite probably 500, because that's not including like any external source of FP that you would get. That's only including like the free daily spin and stuff like that. No, not shells. So again, sounds like a problem in 18 months. Yeah. And like I said, that's if you want to like make sure you're covered every single year as you go forward. You don't necessarily have to do that. You can definitely say, okay, instead I'm actually going to like, just do whatever box count I normally do. Like you might do like 300, and then like maybe you lose some very slowly over time, and you might eventually run out like 5 years from now. Like at that point, I don't think that's that big of a concern, right? Hopefully by then they have some sort of new quality of life or some additional way to gain it. Forget that. I'll stick to 150 boxes per lotto. Yeah, like I said, I did those calculations on that Grail casting video so that everybody would know what they are, but it's not like you have to do that, right? Even my JP account doesn't really do that. My JP account's probably about to run out. And JP is in a much worse situation than NA is. NA had an extra year of servant coins. So we were able to acquire servant coins from rolling for an entire year ahead of what JP did. So NA has a much bigger like war chest going forward compared to JP. My JP account's like limping by. It requires the lotto in order to be able to still grail cast. So that's why coins are overflowing on NA. Yeah. NA had a huge head start. I craft the grails when I can, but I don't really worry about it. Yeah, and I'm going to say that's probably how a lot of people should approach it. Okay. Oh, right, it's filtered to 3-star only. So chat, you guys can actually see this is what I call mailbox stacking. So I've rolled out some of my boxes. I'm not completely done rolling it out. But basically, 400 is the cap. You can basically roll right up to about 390 and it will stop you. And so what I'm actually doing is I'm stacking my mailbox full of embers. You can use your mailbox as a temporary holding like slot for inventory. I actually have a video talking about this. I believe it's called How to Stuff Your Mailbox or How to Stack Your Mailbox, something like that. Because you can let these things sit in here for an entire year before they will rot. And in case you're wondering how long I've been doing this for, you can see I do have some items that have been in here quite a bit longer. I actually did recently clear out some of the closer ones. I've had embers that were like literal 5 days or less from expiring before. So please understand, you need to at least be active playing the game and paying attention somewhat for stuff like this. But it is a good thing to do, because what this does is now I can basically just remove all smaller stacks of embers and use them. And then I can let the bigger stacks sit in my mailbox for extra inventory space, if you will. And I can let that go for an entire year basically and just use them as needed. So that way, that's how, again, whenever I roll a new unit like the Trung sisters, if we didn't just have a lotto, a lot of people would be like, oh shit, I don't have the embers for them. Versus me, I just go into my mailbox, pull the embers out and call it a day as the character ends up maxed right away. So it's absolutely a fantastic strategy to do. You do need to do enough boxes in a lotto to be able to really employ this strategy, but ultimately at the end of the day, probably the biggest factor is going to be actually not having an immediate use for your embers. That is to say, all of my units are leveled up to full. This is a veteran thing to do. If you're a much newer player, you probably have a need for your embers, unless you're Ascension material locked. If you're Ascension material locked, you might need to hoard your embers until you get the materials to ascend the unit to be able to level them more. But again, it really just depends on your current circumstances as to whether or not you would want to do something like this. But you can see, this is exactly what I do, is I just remove all the smaller stacks, and boom, here you go. I'm just going to be left with rather large, fat stacks of embers that I'll be able to pull out on a rainy day. And this is also really good for forward stockpiling for things like grailing projects, or again, 2x success campaigns, 3x success campaigns. Basically, any time that you feel like you would be more efficient at leveling a unit, you can hoard your embers until that point. And it can also work out for you that way as well. So it's really a nice thing to do. Somehow I still have embers left from Nerofest. Oh yeah, I can easily see that. Especially if you're someone that doesn't roll a whole lot, you probably, if you've been playing the game a long time, have a lot of your units kind of finished off. So all my embers are sitting by mail and second archive from previous lottos. Yep. And so you can see I just pulled out a ton of them right there, and it's just going to allow me to just go bloop and finish off the Trung sisters. An Ascension mat locked and/or silver statue locked. Yeah, it happens. So like I said, there's this weird sort of Super early in the game, technically mailbox stacking would be good because you can't level your units due to other reasons. Super late in the game, stacking your mailbox, really good because you've leveled all of your units and you have no one to spend it on at the moment. Then in between, you're in this like golden period of like, but I can use all of my embers. And at that point, you don't need to mailbox stack, really. I did 100 boxes and I already ran out of my embers. Is this bad? No, that's to be expected for a newer player. Like, again, it's the big thing you want to avoid as a new player is getting mat locked. You don't want to be stuck where you can't work on your units because you don't have the materials to advance them. And it will be a thing. You will just get mat locked at times, but you don't want to be stuck for a like protracted period of time. You don't want to be in such a scenario that like you can't ever advance. So you want to make sure that you are working on them as needed, if you will. And again, the advice I give everybody early on is that you really want like a single target and an AoE leveled up for every single one of the base classes. Once you've done that, you've already met like the early game need for things. But again, a lot of the priority for people, I'm going to say, is going to be on those like big meta supports. If you get them, they absolutely are your priority. You need to try and get them up and online as fast as you possibly can because they're just going to make your life playing the game a whole lot easier. Like we used to have this like mentality of back in the day, people were like, oh, I don't even need waiver to play the game. And we used to talk about the concept of getting your first waiver, right? That all of a sudden, when you finally got one of those 50% charging meta supports, the very first one, how much of a game changer it was, because all of a sudden it was like people just started 3-turning like crazy and they're like, oh, this is so much better. Why did I never like go after this? And so there were people, like I said, that willfully didn't go after it. And like, then they would get one and it would be like an eye-opening experience for them. So that's why usually we tell people is like, even if you want a more challenging like time playing the game or something like that, I usually tell people still get the supports. That way, if you ever just like on a day don't feel like it, or you just want to be efficient while you farm and you're not necessarily looking for a challenge at that moment, it's a good idea to acquire these units to make your time playing the game faster, simpler, easier. Versus, again, maybe you get into a challenge content and you want to like actually have a challenge, and at that point you don't have to use it. No one's going to make you. So they really thought 50% chargers are bad. Not really that so much as like there were people that didn't feel like, they kind of felt like they were overblown, that they weren't bad, they were certainly good, but that they didn't have to have them, and that like they were overhyped by people. But yeah, again, like I'm going to say most of those people, if you were really stubborn about that, you're probably not still playing the game to this day, right? Like at some point you probably just said, nah, I'm good. Like I don't like the way FGO functions. And I've seen people like that numerous times before that, but usually, like I said, to me, it's not that their problem is actually with the way FGO functions, it's their like own self-imposed rules that are making them not enjoy the game. Like one of my friends had a viewer that like literally refused to use like anything that wasn't an alter ego. And you're like, okay, but you're just not going to have fun with the game the second it throws you, oh, I don't know, any one of the night classes. Like the game is just going to be infinitely harder at that point because you are purposefully gimping yourself. You're not playing the way the game intends you to. And I'm not going to say there's necessarily a right way to play the game, but there are wrong ways to play the game, and that would be one of the wrong ways, right? Like to willfully shut down like freely available assets that the game is handing you and saying, please use these. And you're just going, no, I refuse to use these because of whatever reason, whatever ideology you have. So if you're doing something like that, you can't really then in the same breath complain about the game and blame it for your problems. The game gave you the ability to do so. You chose not to. It's not the game's fault, right? It's a player mentality that's the issue at that point. Do you ever wonder if it's worth FOing a support or not? Oh, I have an unpopular opinion on FOing supports. Not only is it worth foeing meta supports, it's probably more worth than foeing any other unit in the game. And the reason why, they're always in your party. Like, always. So the second you get into any of those like challenge fights and you don't immediately 3-turn it, whose cards are you using? You're naturally going to try to use your damage dealers, but like, oh man, I keep having to use the Merlin card. Oh man, I keep having to use the Castoria card. Oh man, I keep having to use the Koyanskaya card. And all of a sudden you realize, if they're always in my party, shouldn't the logic instead be that I should definitely foe them then? Because their card is getting used more often than, like, let's say, any singular damage dealer that may change in any given node. So it's really weird to think about, but yes, there's actually almost more like reason to foe those units than anyone else. My rule of thumb is to foe every unit you level. Yeah, I mean, case in point, chat. Hold on. Let's not accidentally burn the melt I just rolled. Oop, missed that. Rip melt? No, I'm good. That was dangerous, though. I should not do that. Always combine before you go to the burn screen. Okay. So the reason why I did that right there, okay, is to show you guys something. Let's go back to my servant list. Let's go in here. Let's turn off not level max, okay? So now you guys can see all of my units. All of my units are available here. Sorry, that was all my savers. Now that's all my units. This is all of my units that are currently present. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just click off one button. Let's turn on this one button. So this is all units that have not been enhanced attack-wise to 1000. Why are there no units? Because I foed every unit in my account. But that's the point I'm making, right? Like, this should be your goal. This is where you should be headed. And hey, let's do it now for the HP foes. These are all units that I haven't HP foed yet. Now you want the really funny one? I saw somebody asking Cad, where are your esports taunters? So they're in my second archive. But you think that would stop me? Here you go, chat. Filter my mailbox by foes. That's probably enough for my esports taunters. I don't even buy all my foes anymore. I don't need them. The game doesn't... I get more copies of foes than I get new copies of units. So I don't need to buy my monthly foes anymore. That's wild to say that, but it's actually true. And realistically, I should actually be buying my monthly foes and not buying the event foes. If you rolled for every new unit, would you run out of foes? No. No. Chad, I have burnt foes. And I'm not talking about the, like, FP rolled ones. I have legitimately burnt foes. Because I have no use for them at this point. Just like I don't need them taking up my inventory. You could argue I never should have acquired them, but like I realized going into the prior lotto, the Christmas lotto, that I actually was sitting on too many foes, and I burnt a bunch of them to get rid of them. You need FP foes to get to this point, right? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. So, chat, the reason I got so many foes is because I roll out all my FP like so often. Hold that thought, because I know everyone's going like, hold on, Cad, you've got 32 million. Don't give me that. You don't roll out your FP. You're right, chat. I don't roll out my FP. Not anymore. I used to roll it out all the time. Okay. And I did it so much to the point that, like, basically now when I go to roll, I have foes like the setup in here. I have them set to get burned, right? Because I don't actually need them. But yeah, that is how I got to that point. And to give you another idea, let's go back to JP here real fast, chat. And let's go look at my JP foe situation, if you will. So this is currently set to sabers. Let's turn that off. And then here you go. Let's do by attack. Okay. These are all the okay, hold on. This is a weird version of Bling 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 Born. Okay, I actually don't know if those two are an extra copy, so I'm not going to burn them. I should have NP5 of both of them. Yeah, it looks like I do, because their analog is not appearing right next to them, which is one of the ways you can tell. So both those are NP5 already. Okay. So the whole reason I was showing you guys that is, again, so now we can, I got rid of any extra units. These are the only units, and you can see I do have some like esports variants, like Artoria. For whatever reason, I have an extra copy. Well, I know the reason I have an extra copy of her, but like I do have an esports. It's technically not esports. I'd have to explain that one anyways. There are reasons I have what I have. Just don't worry about it. So there are like some built-in level 1s in here that I haven't touched. So this isn't even really an accurate portrayal, but it's as close as I'm willing to get for this demonstration. But chat, these are all the units that I have left to foe on JP. This is my JP account. Like, have I spent money on my JP account? Yes. Have I spent nearly the amount of money on my NA account? No. Like this is literally pennies on the dollar compared to my NA account. I'd argue that, like, at this point, I can't even really say that my JP account is a dolphin. It does not spend regularly. So, like, it is very, very, like, frugal at this point for the amount of money that I've spent it on. I basically do GSSRs, and occasionally I will spend money on a unit that I like. But that is usually, like, once a year, if that. So, like, you guys can see, this is... with my JP account, this is the only units that I have left still to foe. Period. And like, for instance, you might be like, oh my god, there's a Qin Gong there. Yeah, look at the level of the Qin Gong. So that's the whole reason that one's not foed. So like, really, the vast majority of these are already done. Okay, and you can see I have some in progress ones. So this is from me rolling out my FP, and you can see that I am slowly getting them up to full. Do not burn your foes. I know you just heard me talking about burning them. I'm someone who is done with all foeing in the game. So do not burn your foes if you are at this stage. If you still have people that you need to foe, when you're rolling out your FP, take those foes, put them on units. It might take you a while to finish a unit off, but you should absolutely do it, right? That's the whole logic here. And over time, over more than a year probably of doing this, you will eventually foe everybody. And hilariously enough, that's where my JP account is at. It's actually taken my JP account a super long period of time. And part of the reason for that is last year. Last year, they had a record low number of events run, but the banners didn't slow down. So as a result, we didn't get as many shops. We didn't get as many resources. We didn't get as many foes. So while the roster kept bloating, the foes did not keep up. So while I still gained ground last year, I gained very little ground. And a lot of it was due to my FP rolling. So, like I said, it can take a long time, but it's worth it. And eventually you get to the point where you have everybody foed, and then you're just stockpiling for the future. And you can, again, just say, okay, well, now I just want to, like, burn foes that I get out of rolling. And it's really, really nice. Also, absolute pro tip here: spread your foes out. Holy crap, I cannot tell you enough on that. If you're going to start rolling your FP and getting the foes from that and using that to foe your units, spread out the foes as evenly as you can. You don't want to be like completely done with all of your casters and still have like 15 lancers left. So if you start getting all foes and you don't know what to do with them, start looking at what classes have the most units remaining to foe and start equalizing them using the all foes. If you do that, then you will make sure that as you're continuously rolling your FP, that more of those foes stay useful longer. Rather than, again, like I said, you complete one class and the other classes still have way more to go. This is actually happening to me right now on my JP account with Sabers. If you actually look at this chat, I have Daeon in progress. I have a level 1 Saber that doesn't need to be foed. I have a level 1 Daeon that doesn't need to be foed. And I have Gilderay. That's it. So I only have 2 units for the Saber class that even need to be foed. They're going to complete far faster than a class that maybe has like 5 units that still need it. So what I'm trying to do is equal it out. So you will not see me use any of my all foes on any Sabers that I pull at this point. Which can make a difference in farming and CQ and story stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I think people underestimate the amount of like difference that foeing all of your units make. You plan to roll Charlemagne? At the moment, I don't believe I do. But chat, for reference, I have an NP5 Okitan Saber. So, not like I have a pressing need. I am hoarding the Alpho until I need them first. Yeah. So like what I did, chat, is I basically just said, okay, as I rolled foes, like as I rolled Saber foes, I put them on my Sabers. As I rolled Archer foes, I put them on my Archers, so on and whatnot. And so as I rolled all foes from the FP Gacha, I put them on my extra classes. Hilariously enough, they finished first. I finished my extra classes first, and that was okay because you can use all foes on anyone. So I just said, okay, they're done, and now I've started like feeding all foes to classes that maybe needed it instead. I just remember that I need to go bully Surtur. Yeah, don't worry, he's not too bad. Just keep in mind he does have that like 3 times buff block that'll put on you at some point. But if you're just gonna loop over him, just like get all the buffs up, turn 1, and you'll find it's easy. These super recos suck, then don't do them. Like, and I'm dead serious, chat. Like, if you're annoyed by the super recos, don't do the super recos. Just do the normal recos. Like, even people on JP didn't do them. And like I said, still to this day, I'm the only content creator that I know that did them all on JP when they were relevant. I did all of them with you guys. Every single one. I didn't see anyone else do it. And I think it's because most of the other content creators said this is a fucking waste of time. And I don't blame them. They were a fucking waste of time. Some of the fights took like longer than an hour for me because depending on what you had, you like certain strategies were just not available to you. So I had to like solo some of them. And it was interesting, but like there's a point where half an hour into the thing, chat's no longer interested because you've been doing the same thing for the last half hour. It's no longer any variance and you know you're going to live. It's just a matter of going through the paces. There's no drama, no suspense. It's just monotony. And all for teapots, right? Yeah, like I said, to me, it's not really worth it. If you're someone that's like just trying to be super efficient with Vaughn, feel free to do it. I'm not trying to discourage you guys from doing them. I'm just saying if you don't like that sort of thing, don't push yourself. It's not worth it. It's not worth your sanity. Surtur is surprisingly easy with a solo archer. Yes. Chat, if you guys have a good Balbon Sith, you can literally load her up with healing command codes. And here you go. If you guys did the Halloween event from last year, I'm going to give you the perfect C to use. Don't look at my account, chat. Here it is, right here. Okay? Slap this sucker on your healing command code person and proceed to laugh. Your healing command codes will heal by 75% more. Balbon's own heal will heal by 75% more. And just laugh, because you're just gonna sit there and just like basically out heal the actual boss. I use command spells for the first time in years on the Super Surter fight. Super Surter is kind of annoying because, again, so the issue with the Super Recos, chat, is when you did these fights during the story, they had much less health values. So a lot of the strategies for how to counter things were, oh, hey, that mechanic right there, that's annoying. So I'm just going to blitz this and I'm going to try to like 3-turn it or something or loop over it and get it done with fast. And if you did that, then I think like a lot of people actually realized, oh, hey, this is something that is like easily doable, and I'm just going to run with that. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm just going to try to loop over it and boom, be done. And so people did that. Now when we get to the Super Recos, the health values are inflated like tenfold. So you can't really blitz a lot of them anymore. And as a result, people now have to actually contend with the mechanic, and yes, they are annoying mechanics. That is the problem with it. The whole reason that people tried to avoid it and blitz it is because no one wanted to have to deal with it. So now not only do you have to deal with it, but you have to deal with it for 10 times as long, and it's just not fun in that regard for a lot of people. And I said this before too. I think if their whole goal was to make a harder fight, that yes, that kind of made it harder, but that like it's a gimmick, and once you know how to defeat the gimmick, it's not that bad. So the real problem ended up being stuff like, okay, it doesn't actually make it harder, it just inflates the health value and becomes monotonous. So I said what they should have done instead was, you know, maybe bump the health up a little bit by like, I don't know, 10, 20, 25%, something like that. But then instead just make the mechanic actually more of a pain. I know people wouldn't like that, but that is how you increase challenge, right? You make the mechanic harder, not inflate the health value to force you to keep dealing with the mechanic. I feel like inflating health value, it's what we refer to in gaming at this point as health sponging. And a lot of developers do that where it's like, they don't really actually make the difficulty like harder. They don't make the AI smarter. They don't do anything. They just increase health values so that it takes you longer to kill things. And it's like, if you're a good, skillful player, you don't care. It doesn't actually make it harder. It just makes it more annoying. I like how Assassin Kama solos Super Woodrose. Yeah. I don't like them gating party setup. Yeah, that I get. I think they were worried about people still blitzing it. So hilariously enough, some of them can still be blitzed. If you have like NP5 super variants of certain units and an Oberon with like double Kui and Skya setup, some of the super recos can be 3 turns still. And it's freaking hilarious to see because you know the developers didn't think someone would do that, and then someone did it. They're like, oh man. But I mean, that's both a testament to just how strong the synergy is with Oberon and how much they messed up in terms of like making him way too OP, and also a testament to like, it doesn't really matter what the devs do, someone's gonna find a way to beat it. Someone's gonna find a way to like get around it in a way they didn't anticipate. More time for RNG to F you over. Yeah. And that's why you go with very, very little RNG comps. Like, again, like I said, the worst part about a solo is how long it takes you to do. But a solo is usually pretty consistent. Like, there may be 1 or 2 turns you have to watch out for, but then the rest of the time it's just going through the paces. Like, you kind of just know, okay, I'm just going to do this and this and this and heal up. Okay, I'm going to do this and this and this and then heal up and then this and this and this. So, like, you just keep doing it. Again, there are fights that, like I said, that you can solo with Balbon. There are fights you can solo with Barghest as well. And again, this strategy really works. It's Maiden Halloween, healing command codes, and then basically just watch out for the enemy's NP is really usually all you have to do. And any break bar effects. You have supports level 70 your rail, you can 3-turn with decent card luck. Yep. There's someone out there with a level 120 Arash and gonna show you how the fuck they ruin your experience. Yes. Do you think Beowulf can still blitz Surtur at MP5? Possibly. Like, Beowulf certainly got it, although Beowulf's got that anti-dragon, and I don't think Surtur counts as dragon. But yeah, like, Beowulf is somebody that can definitely do a lot of work with like card luck, but I don't know, it can be difficult. Like, I know people were using Beowulf, myself included, to one tap the King Protea fight back during CCC, but like Super Surtur, I'm not going to say it couldn't be done, but I think you would need a very robust setup. Fenrir Surtur is dragon. Okay, there you go. If he's dragon, that probably makes it a lot more doable. David can solo Super Surtur. Yeah, very much in the same way that that Balbon can. And David will at least have the damage niche. Balbon's just got arguably more defense. Oh, here, chat. Speaking of, let me actually go load out my support for you guys, because like I haven't done it at all, and I know my event stuff is still up for the lotto. So I will eventually end up putting up the cones and stuff like that, but gonna go ahead. Oh, wait, hold on. I have not skilled up. We have not skilled the Trung sisters. Chat debated me with interesting conversations. Okay, so I definitely need the charge skill lord. Finished them off with support Sigurd. Yeah, usually the supports that you get in the fights are actually somewhat useful, but not always. Oh, shells. I'm gonna be hurting for shells going into this summer, but I'll make do. I'm not too worried about it. And it's not like I said, chat, I'm already pretty much to the point where I'm like done with my LB6 bells, so like basically just a thing where I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, well I guess I'll go farm shells then, because I don't really have anything else to do. Let me double check. I believe I took the Trung sisters to 9, 9, 10, but I do want to check whatever my plan was for them. Yep, 9, 9, 10. Predicted. So I may lay off of the shells. That'll just depend. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just do it. I'll just farm them. That way, chat, actually, if you guys have me on friends list, I will have a robust Trung sisters for you guys. Doing the Canis interlude and figuring out I can double Castoria all the bosses. You can double Castoria just about everything in the game. And it do work. I'm loving having these spirit roots, by the way. Like, oh my god, the lotto node for spirit roots saved me so much. So much pain and suffering. Shell hell never ends. I mean, like, technically, yes, right? Because we get units every single year, but there are enough lucrative events. And again, we do have a shell lotto now. We know that. So, like, you guys can count on potentially killing shells. And that's really nice, honestly, because, yeah, it has been the case that, like, shells are just ever expanding. Did you NP5 the 4-star? I did. When is the next lotto? Not till November. Thank God. Bone Hell is also eternal? No, Bone Hell is absolutely finite and you can get out of it. As myself, I can say that, right? Like, again, what? That was close. Almost accidentally lured that. Wouldn't have been the end of the world, but didn't want to do that, right? There, if you want to see if Bone Hell is eternal, chat, Bone Hell is in fact not eternal. I don't have every unit in the game, nor do I have every skill at 999, but, well, I don't need to. And this is with all of my bone units done, so, like, even if I decided to somehow pick up every single skill in the game to 9 and picked up every missing unit, I would still be done with bones. So, feels good. Good lord, these mats? Yeah, it's what happens when you grind 500 boxes in a lotto, every single lotto, for like years. You'll get a small amount of shells from the 90 plus free quest this event, I think. Yep. Yeah, like this one is sort of a pseudo summer event, so you can kind of expect it at that point. White-haired bastard, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There's never enough shells. Listen, chat, there is a shell lotto. I don't know how else I can say this to you. You will eventually get done with shells, potentially. Assuming you farm that lotto enough, right? I can't promise that you will, but that is a thing to at least consider. I'm going to put that one on Seba. Let's actually... Hold on. Because I believe I can see all the available nodes. And I think the first one was like Rider was what I wanted. Hold on. What? How? Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, my dude. How you doing today? Wait, what? Hold on. That's filter settings. Wait, can I not filter by class on my supports? Nani? Oh, right. Yeah, duh, because I'm under Rider already. Pfft. My brain. I'm sorry, chat. So I think it was Rider for the first node. If you could make your own lotto event, what mats would you put into the lotto? Nowadays that's difficult, but the bronze mat would be LB6 bells. No contest. It would be LB6 bells because they are one of the most needed bronze mats that have not been in a lotto. Did the lotto fry your brain? No, the lotto didn't fry my brain, chat. Tax season did. Tax season absolutely fried it. And then the intermediate node is archers, so I mean, I guess I can throw that on Squirtle, but no one's gonna use Squirtle in that. Then we'll do that. So I got Bright up, and looks like Salter's gonna go off the list in favor of the Trung sisters. And we're gonna put up the Jarcher. Scotty or Oberon? I don't think people are going to do too much quick looping this event, so I'll do Oberon. Let's do Garugamesh there. I'll do it on Reigns. I'll do the single copy there. And then I have nothing else to put on Scotty at the moment. That'll have to be until I like either roll some FP and get some 3 stars or basically like acquire some of the shop Cs. Okay, so in the meantime though, now I can actually run the advanced node. And we are still not even remotely close to getting that. The real problem is going to be, ideally, I actually need to take double Trung Sisters for this. So we're going to take Lehera, since Minos has not skilled up his Trung Sisters. So this is going to now not be a 3-turn node. I mean, I guess I could try to make it a 3-turn, but, like, it's going to be super spicy meatball. Hmm. So I'm taking 3 sabers, triple sabers there, and then I probably need triple riders for the bonus. But well, can I get a support out of any of these others? I guess the C's are very, well, they're not very loose. This won't have a silver on it. But I can drop that. Is this starting charge? No, gauge per turn. Oh, if this were casters, I could take something like Nido Chris, but Shop C is starting charge. Yeah, I just don't have any of the Shop C's, which is unfortunate. Not yet, anyways. Like, I could take Bride, but, like, that's more yellow bonus rather than red. And I like to keep my bonuses even. Although, realistically, this counts for both. So these two are like non-factors at this point. They don't actually matter because they just are a given. So at that point, this is basically an even split between 2 and 2. So yeah, I still need the 1, but it's not as bad as maybe I'm thinking it is. I guess I can do that. Party cost is a problem now. So the real problem is I am attempting to backline that, chat. That's the real problem. And the reason why is because I just started grailing her to 120, and I actually need Bond 11. I actually need it. So I'm going to try to keep her in the backline whenever possible. I'm not sure if it's actually possible here, but we can try to make something work. So for instance, something like that. Would FGO be better if team costs were increased? No, because people wouldn't use low stars then. Like, I actually don't feel like that would be better for the game. And what's this one? Heal per turn, so I don't really care about that. So we'll go ahead and slap that on. And just do it to it. In fact, I'm also just going to say, in case someone does die, there are the Trung Sisters. And we're just going to have to find a way to, like, make this work. We're like, who's that Pokemon? Yeah, I do like that they actually pulled in the Pokemon artist for this. I think it's great. I know it's like FGO doesn't have everybody looking the same, but usually the characters all look good. And I think that's something most people can agree on. Okay, so I could just go ahead and do that. The only problem with that is, at best, I'm getting back to like 70% charge with Mordred, so I would need some capacity to... Oh, okay, no. Yeah, I actually only need 10%. This will actually probably work. To get back to a second NP. The bigger issue is going to be getting Tai Gong Wang to his. because he's gonna have 70% on his own. Okay, so he gets 4% per turn. So then we're gonna get basically 50% charge for me activating this right here. And then at minimum, I can say he's gonna get the overflow right there. So I could give everything to Mordred, and Mordred would only be 10% off, but then Taigong would be 20% off. I do have the Mordred arts card here. There's really just not a lot I can do. So it's probably better to just play the cards and see how it rolls. I could go for the Brave Chain. That would probably get the 10% on Mordred, but I think I could use her Star Bomb, but it's going to soak it all to the Buster cards. I think we'll split it like this, and I'm not sure that's the better play. Yeah, I ended up not getting either. Okay, so Taigong gets to his NP. Okay, we're actually solid there. So now we can just do this, and basically this. And, well, actually, I'll also pop that, because I don't know. He may actually be demonic. Actually, yeah, it's a crab, so it should be demonic, but that should basically scare it. So again, I might have to like big brain the cards here on this, and it won't be a 3 turn, but it will be like not that bad. It's going to be like a 4 or 5 turn in most circumstances. Trung have party gen. Yeah, I could end up like if I managed to get to a Taigong Wang MP early, I could rotate him for the Trung sisters, and that would also work. And this is just me using Mordred because I can. I could be using my Artori or something like that. It's just me getting away with using a unit that isn't Bond 10 for me. Which, how my Mordred is not Bond 10, I don't know, chat. I have no idea. I have no idea how she's managed to not be Bond 10 after all these years, because it's not like I've neglected using her. I do actually work her in from time to time. I haven't really ground on her since the early Lotto days. Like since year 1, year 2 Lottos, that's where I got like basically the first 8 Bond levels. And since then, I have not had the opportunity to like grind with her very much. It's really cool. They have some variety with different guest artists. Yeah, like I said, I think it is a thing at this point that basically FGO at this point is known for having a diverse setup of artists, as opposed to something like Genshin or Honkai, where everything is samey. Everything is clearly designed by one lead artist, and he is the only one that basically handles like anything. It might not be that there aren't other artists working beneath them, but the overarching design is controlled by one person, which is kind of the case in FGO, but it seems like FGO, like Type Moon basically goes to an artist, tells them what they want, and then gives the artist somewhat free reign on the interpretation of that. And then if they really don't like it, they'll tell them no and come up with something else and send it back. But a lot of the time it feels like that's what they're actually trying to do. Cat neglecting Mo like her parents? Whoa. I am not. Oh, that's unfortunate. I ended up with the NP generating cards this turn. I'll say having the diversity of the art makes it stand out way more than Hoyoverse games. Yeah, I agree with that. And people might not immediately know what game it's from or something like that. So I kind of understand it's maybe not as good for like marketing purposes. But I am going to say that games like MiHoYo's games have to do a lot more marketing because they're not a like pre-existing IP. So that it was just natural that they were going to have to sell them really hard, right? Whereas a game like Fate, it has a pre-existing IP that it can, for better or worse, kind of hinge upon, and that definitely like both helps it and hinders it in the sense that like the marketing department for the FGO side of things doesn't really do a whole lot of, especially here in the States. Over in Japan, they do a lot more, but like I feel like it's more reminding people it exists rather than having to establish what the brand is, right? People know what Fate is in Japan, and it's not nearly as difficult for them to do something like that. So I have no cards for Taigong, so we're just going to do this right here. Nothing wrong with the other gotchas, though. Yeah, I mean, like, The only reason that even gets brought up is because I know for a fact that the Genshin and Honkai communities have complained about it. They've complained about the sameness of designs, right? And it's something that I've brought up before myself, that I've noticed that was an issue. But again, whether or not it is like an issue to you as the individual playing the game, I think that's up to you to decide, right? If you like the designs, for instance, like Nasu even like basically heaped praise on them because he said he really liked the Chinese aesthetic and their designs. And then the lead producer for Star Rail comes out as like, yeah, but that's actually a problem, right? Like, so while Nasu likes it, Nasu's thinking of it from a stance of like, hey, this is really cool. This is a really cool like spin that you put on it. But I think the producer realizes, yes, but our players having to play the game constantly maybe are hoping for something else, right? Like they're maybe hoping for some more variance rather than everything looking the exact same. Actually love Tez's art. I'm not wild about it, but like as an art style, I think it's perfectly fine. I'm just not wild about the actual design rather than like the art itself. And I understand why Tez designed the way he is. I'm not going to get into it, obviously, for spoilers. But, like, yeah, I do feel like it's a very weird choice that they made with it. And I feel like that choice married with the, like, old, like, watercolory mangaka style, to me, that's what I think most people complain about with in Tez's style, is that, like, they just don't feel like it looks very good. I can at least understand where they're coming from on that. I do think it's a very weird pairing, but I have no issue with the art style overall. Just like the pairing of that style with that design. His stage 2 and stage 3 is too weird for me. I'm okay, I think, with stage 3. Stage 2 is pretty weird for me. Art just looks out of place, but his sprites are fine. Yeah, and I think a lot of that is kind of like, so if you guys remember, like, Dantes and Nightingale, they're done by the Danganronpa artist, and like when that came out into the game, there were a ton of people as well that said like, hey, these don't look like they actually fit. Sorry, Cleo, yeah. And like, I understand that, right? Like it was the first of that type that had ever been in the game. So at this point, if they brought back that mangaka that did Tez and allowed him to do 1 or 2 more units, I think people would be fine with it because they would have like gotten used to it, right? But that it was such a like jarring and shocking thing when that was the first design of that art style that anyone had ever seen. Because again, like I saw people saying like, oh, the art's shit. And I'm like, the art isn't shit. Like, I can understand feeling like the design is weird, but like, I feel like that's a disservice to the artist because it's not like the artist did a bad job with it, right? It's just different. Yep, it's 100%. The one Scotty Mabe Christmassy, people lost their shit because the artist had a particular way to draw noses. The Scotty Mabe Christmassy. Are you talking about, what is it, Cherry Icicle? Are you talking about, this one? Maiden's Lunchroom. Sure? With Mabe and Scotty in sweaters. Luncheon? Oh, this one. I got no problem with it. Like, yeah, it's big. I got no problem with it. Like, period. And that's because I've seen this art style before. So like it's perfectly fine. It's a choice. The artist didn't have to choose nasal violence like this, but like I got no problem with it. Oh, hey, would you look at that? 5 years. Hello, Ventus. Thank you for the reset, buddy. Chat, can we get some love for Ventus's 5 years? Didn't Draco make a fuss in the community as well about art? Yeah, but Draco's fuss was about Ascension number 1 and 2 being child. I did see some people that are like, I don't really care for the third Ascension. I don't really agree with that, though. I feel like that's just people nitpicking aesthetics. Ascension 1 is bad? Wait, isn't Ascension 1 with Draco the one where she's actually covered up, though? Like, that one's not as bad as the one where she's not. The one where she's not is like... fucking yikes. Yeah, like again, if you have a problem with the third Ascension, I can understand, but I'm gonna say it's a taste thing at that point, probably, right? Like, I get it. I'm not gonna say you're wrong to think that. It's just like that's probably you being like, hey, I don't care for the design, more than like, again, the first two Ascensions. It's probably because it's a child, right? Is it as bad as the Woo one? They're the same. They're not good, right? Like that's the best thing I can say about it is it's not good either way. Forget the FBI. Yeah. Chat. Let's do some more deal call 2. So fair warning for everybody, we're about to step into potentially spoiler territory. I say potentially because I'm still going to skip all the cutscenes. That's how I always do JP content. Whenever we get new story, I still do it. I have to do all the fights. I have to move through it, but I don't read the story. So please, no spoilers for anyone that I know you guys maybe would want to talk about it. But we do have the spoiler channel on Discord. People have actually done it and read the story for it. So again, feel free to talk there, but please do not spoil on stream. And again, like I said, I'm going to make it as spoiler free as possible. So if you want to see what the fights are in Ordeal Call, you'll be able to see. But I'm not going to be going through any of the stories. You won't get spoiled on that end of it. Are banner spoilers? If they're unreleased, I would say yes. If a banner exists, no. I don't consider units in the game to be spoilers. I consider unreleased things, if you're trying to talk about it where they've like only appeared in story, like no, don't do that, right? But like the banners themselves that have come out, no, I don't think that's spoilers. All I would ask is like just don't talk about the story aspect to those characters. Don't talk about like hidden names and things like that, things that you wouldn't otherwise know. Like for instance, Oberon has a hidden name. Don't talk about Oberon's hidden name ever, right? Like just call him Oberon. There's no reason to ever call him anything else because calling him by any other name is just spoiling people. Like anyone that hasn't read through LB6 is just going to get spoiled. So all the names are hidden for me because I can't read Japanese. True. True. Very true. There's a survey. There is a survey. I did say, because chat, the survey will take me a long time to go through. I want to give it its own unique day. So like, please understand that basically I would like to do it Monday-ish. That way you guys have time to roll out your boxes. That way you guys have time to get settled in the event. And then we can sit down when there's like not anything else going on and do the survey. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim for Monday. And again, that should be perfectly fine. I'm also going to probably release the Tai Sui video Monday because again, we're not going to get Tai Sui until the end of the story in the event. So I'm going to be aiming on getting that video out for them. So I'm still surprised I never got spoiled about Oberon. Very lucky. You are very lucky. I know a ton of people that got spoiled and I felt super sad. I even there was some artist on Twitter that, dear God, they pissed me the fuck off, where they made a art piece of Oberon. Well, that's not a problem in and of itself. And then in the art piece, they plastered the true name in English, bold writing all the way across top. And I'm like, cool. You just don't care about anyone else, clearly. Like, I don't know. To me, that's just people being assholes, basically. It's like, I understand you think it's cool and stuff like that, but like, just be kind to other people. That's all I ask. Like, and I think that's all anyone can ask. Again, I've been going through blind on this. It hasn't been too hard. I assume this is another Avenger fight, so let me see. If I see an Avenger and I can use them, yes, so I can use Pachi. So that means that this is a thing. I'll see if I can find Marie Alter for you guys again. She was actually working really well there. Got to get those juicy likes, yeah. But it's like, it's the pursuit of likes and engagement at the cost of engagement and likes. And I don't think people realize that. Still no Marie. Will relog? Yes, please. I would appreciate that. Also, if you guys haven't followed CZ, make sure you go do so. He's a good buddy of mine. Fellow FGO content creator. I'm sure he'll be playing Wuthering because he got access to the closed beta test. I did not. But like CZ's who I've been talking to about Wuthering anyways, so that sucks. Yeah, I legitimately just feel bad for anybody that gets spoiled by social media. And it's why, like, I take it seriously enough. Like, I always try, regardless of the circumstances, to, like, be as spoiler-free as possible for you guys. Because I just know. I know, like, nobody wants to get spoiled or anything like that. What is this? Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, what is this gonna do? I'm not sure I want to use my Summer Scotty to enhance that either. Let's just go Catstoria here and pray to God. Ah, yes, my favorite. I'm not sure which one of these it is. Probably gonna do something like that. Maybe throw on A-Traces. Maybe throw on that. I did, by the way, chat, I did finally get MLB Prismacosmos. I don't have another copy of it, but I did finally get it. I do got Jalter. And I did get Jalter's upgrade done on JP. Feels good, man. I think it was in progress of doing OG Janus. Yeah, there it is. I do have a level 100 Victor of the Moon on JP. All right, that'll do. That'll do, right, chat? What Cs did you level to max on JP? I haven't actually leveled that many to max, but I do have a couple select ones. Usually it's the good 50%ers. I have a level 100k scope on JP, and again, like you saw, level 100 Victor of the Moon right there. But that's pretty much it. And it's because, like, my JP account is not good enough to have MLB of most of the meta Cs. Okay. So Tyra actually gets, like, double stuff here. Gonna go ahead and pop that. I don't want to use the guts yet. And that's her charge. Let's not use it yet, because I'm going to go ahead and use that on Marie. Then we're going to go ahead and do that on Marie. And then we're going to go ahead and do that. And yeah, I actually do want to go ahead and pop that as well. Oh my god, Tyra, what the shit? I guess it's all Tyra cards. Mash has been in one node that I know of. Does your JP account have all the welfares? We don't have access to all welfares yet, but if I don't, it's like a year one welfare, right? Like I think I'm still missing like one. But I'd have to double check. I can go ahead and turn sound on for this as well so that you guys can actually hear Marie as she says, "Die, my homies." People who post manga pages on social media of a popular anime. Yeah, exactly. It's like way ahead of time, and it's like, I understand you want to talk about it, but like, and I guess like to a degree, it's like I don't mind people using social media to discuss these things. I just think they can do it better. They can spoiler tag it. They can not put it in the main hashtag for the IP or something like that. Like, I see people all the time that go like hashtag FGO spoilers. And then they also do hashtag FGO. And I'm like, well, then it doesn't matter. It's still in the main tag anyways. So there's no way anyone can filter it out if you do it that way. And they're going to claim that they're just like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. And it's like, no, yes, you did. It's the whole reason why you tagged it. So it's like those people just straight up know and try to pretend like they don't. At this point, it's just rotting, so I may as well do it. It'd be very dumb to do things like that. I don't tag things very often. I mean, I tag things all the time, but I'm also like again, I'm a content creator. I'm always trying to like somewhat market myself, so I get it. But like, and I understand why people would want to do it. It's just like I said, I think it's a selfish thing. And thank you, Cal. I just saw your message. There's a busy Avenger needs to get killing and bringing you their heads. Oh, good damage. She did have the double damage proc, it looked like. But this damage is still pathetic. I get the feeling I'm gonna have wanted a healer in this party. I get the strong feeling that is going to be the case. She still has a guts. That is one time, it looks like. Chad, it's only with her CE that her guts stacks, right? Like her bond C. Correct me if I'm wrong on Tyra. Oh, no, okay, the base guts is stackable. Sweet. Yeah, at that point... Well, no, she's not in actual double tap danger yet, I'm gonna say. I do feel like they're, like, really trying to get you to, like, solo with Tyra. But then I find it kind of weird that they're doing this. Always good to MLB a CE you've been working on for a while. Yeah. I forgot about this character. Which one? Breedomart or like Tyra? Oh, she actually lost one of the resistances there. Interesting. God, that's twice in 5 turns that I have gotten a full stack of Tyra cards. Burrito is basically like this game's version of Samus. Like, I'm dead serious, because she has like this first armored form, and then it's like she gets out of that and she's in the Zero suit. Okay, I will take that. You know, in a weird way, Tyra actually doing better than Marie at the current moment. Marie's 1 turn away from getting her stuff anyways. Long as Burrito Mart doesn't charge here, we should be okay. Tyrus is just cursed. What is Marie Alter's overcharge again? NP damage for 1 turn? Yeah, so we'll put her later. Wish I had Tyra. Tyra's a great unit. Again, she's not necessarily going to be the best for like damage, because her damage scalability is insane, but her niche is very rare. And a lot of it's going to boil down to getting like the vengeance stacks off of a guts proc. So it's like she's very much challenge unit. So outside of that, her damage is just very like middling or not even that good. But what she lacks in that, she just makes up for it, and she's just extremely survivable. And like that is super worth in that regard. So in terms of like being a challenge unit Avenger, she's really good. Boggs, thank you for the gift. And not Cthulhu, make sure you give Boggs some love for that. Thank you, buddy, I appreciate it. Local Avenger too angry to die, pretty much. Wait a minute, oh god damn it. Oh no, I did it again, didn't I? Actually, no, it doesn't matter because she got stunned. So we're A-okay with that. I literally was not paying attention and just straight up like frickin' drained her, and I was like, oh crap, right? So Marie's gonna get it anyways. We're actually gonna go for the the mighty chain here. Marie gets charged per turn with her first skill active. Don't blue ball the burrito. Oh, I shall. Wait a minute. Huh? Wasn't she protected? Did burrito just remove? I'm confused. Is Van Gogh a good candidate for faux pas? Yeah, she's really nice because you're going to be using cards on her a lot. What will I have to do for that? Is it grindy? Sorry, what's the question? Oh, the evocation system. So evocation Westfall. It's mostly like logging in and stuff. You get leaves. So it's like you'll have to do stuff, but it's not going to be that bad. You'll just get a ton of free welfares out of it. So look on the bright side. My power is beyond your understanding. Uh-huh. I probably headed into next year need to do an evocation festival explained for new people, because like even not necessarily for new people, but for just like people that weren't around to get all the welfares, people are going to want to know how it works and basically what to expect. And by then we will definitely have a nice long like track record of like, here's when all the welfares are coming. Okay, so that straight up mowed down Marie, and I am still unsure what the hell that was. Because everybody still has their solemn defense. I can go ahead and put the arts up, but I'm worried that's now just going to turn and kill Castoria. Break bar effect? Yeah, I'm wondering if it like specifically removed one of the targets. Oh, I see. So she just got hyper focused because it's not Burrito Mart's actual MP and I wasn't paying attention. Funny! It's probably just better to go back in again. What? This is the third time. I'm beginning to wonder if there's a mechanic here specifically with Tyra's cards. Because, like, that is 3 times in 9 turns. So basically once in every single cadence that I have ended up with 5-of-a-kind Tyra cards. Which is wild. So that's gotta be an actual mechanic of the fight. Because that's super weird otherwise. I wonder when Bradamante is going to be used in story. No comment. So many welfares that I find so cool, especially Shiki. Listen, I was super happy to get Shiki on JP. I've been waiting on her for a long time. So I was really ecstatic that she finally showed up. I'm gonna heal Castoria because she's the one that's gonna be keeping everybody alive. There's a lot of health I have to go through though. Holy cow. Was it 20% charge per turn on Marie, or was it 10? I think it was 20. No, it's 10. Oh no, sorry. No, it is 20, but only at max rank. Did CZ have it at max? He did. That was the Lord skill. Okay, so I can rely on the fact that she's going to get to her NP. And so because I know she's going to get to her NP and Castoria already has her NP... Funny because I'm not even using her charge skill. And I probably just should be doing it. But part of the reason that I'm not is because the star absorption. Basically, it's gonna make it so Castoria and Marie never get stars, which could be problematic. Oh, it must have ended right there. Shit. I did not pay attention to that. Well, that's unfortunate. But we're just gonna go ahead and do that. And end up with it anyways. So it looks like her special defense was not active that turn. And I'm beginning to wonder if it's activating... Like, it looks like I'm getting the vengeance stacks anyways. And I'm beginning to wonder if it's... It's Tyra's NP that's been stunning, isn't it? Because one of them has been stunning her, I feel like. I'm worried Marie's gonna die here, but I'm gonna try to stun. Okay, we got it. Sweet. What's the red icon for Tyra? That's her vengeance stacks. Which, like, Tyra appears to have a whole bunch of special stuff going on in this one. She appears to have extra damage, and she basically has Thirst for Vengeance, which I have not activated her gut skill, so it's got to be the forced guts that she actually has during the fight is just giving her Thirst for Vengeance. But basically, it just gives her extra damage on NP, so I'll take it. It's sweet. I gotta do that just for 2 stacks of Castoria's NP. That way I can put Tyra's NP after it and get more damage here. This fight isn't hard, I just could have gone in with a much better comp. And I'm actually surprised at how little damage Britomart here is dishing. She could have easily mopped the floor with me, but Tyra's just really locking her down. So Brito must have a like stack removal feature. That's the only way that makes sense, because she literally just got 2 stacks of solemn defense and immediately died. Like, that's wild to me. Oh, hi, Kuro. Yeah, hi. Pretty sure Castoria is gonna die here soon too. Yeah, so there you go. So I had not been paying attention. Now I'm paying more attention. And yeah, she straight up just card locked everybody. That's just funny to me. I'm sorry. First party wide? I actually don't remember. I think it is, but yeah, party MP damage. Oh, right. That's how we convert the manuscript stacks. It gets Castoria to an NP. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, we do it live. Gonna keep going with the arts chain just to keep getting back to NP as fast as possible. Because it's pretty clear that, like, Tyra is doing the most work right now. She's hard countering Britomart. Only Avenger I got a Salieri, yeah. That's gonna make something like this a lot more difficult. I'm definitely gonna recommend trying to get your hands on a single target Avenger for this ordeal call, because like I'm gonna say this is the closest I've seen to them actually requiring a extra class. And I think, you know, again, I got Tyra for this fight, so like they gave her to me when it really mattered, but like, yeah, I feel like at your best hope, if you didn't have one, to be relying on a friend's support to give it to you, right? Like that'd be the only other way. I think it's time for that. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. We're gonna make sure Castoria stays up, basically. Because again, I don't know if it's gonna stun, and it did. So it almost looks like that's stack based. If you get enough, or is it chance based? I actually don't know, but interesting, to say the least. Well, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. You give me the full Jalter chain, I'm taking it. Here's your animation update and work, chat. And there you go, Jalter comes in and makes it easy. Says, my work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Doing story to unlock better farming nodes isn't something to feel bad about. Yeah, no, I think, like, the only thing I caution you guys about is, like, just don't skip story, right? Like, make sure you read it. It's good, it's worth it. It's one of the main attractions for playing this game, I would say. Boy, that fight took friggin' forever, though. But again, like, kind of to be expected when I go in blind and don't know what I'm dealing with. I'm killing her next, yeah. I have no idea what chapter I'm on either. Normally it's displayed nice and easy in numbers. There is apparently lots of story here, which, definitely a thing. 7? Okay. Again, you can see, Chad, that was, what, 3 back-to-back-to-back 0 APs? And then finally another Avenger fight! Oh my! Well, hopefully this time it's a new Avenger. It's not the same one. Oh, I know, because the kanji looks like a 7 upside down. I feel like normally it was in, like, Roman numerals before, but, yeah, it's like, this one I can't really tell. Yep, so I can actually use my Avengers again. I am finding Marie very nice for these things. Like, she finally went down in that one, chat, and I didn't really have healing that entire fight. So Marie and Tyra just, like, dodged and invulned the shit out of that until finally, like, Marie finally went down, right? So I do find that one funny. Oh, no, 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 no. You're not tricking me again. We're going to find an actual comp. What the hell was I doing with this one? I do not remember what I was farming with this comp. But, it be what it be. Okay, so there's my Avengers. And you guys can see, it's not like I have a robust stable of single target Avengers either. I basically have that, and that. That's it, chat. Like, it's like, you could argue it's like, oh, it's my weakness. It's not my weakness. Like, this, you normally don't need that many, and this singularity is just kind of making it a little bit bigger of an issue than it normally is. You know what? Let's show Marie in a better set of circumstances, though. No, not that. I unfortunately don't have another spare Prisma. But I do have that. I'm also I'm 120-30 away from MLB on JP for that too. That one's been annoying. Let's throw some other Avengers here on the back line just in case. That's not my MLB though. I mean, sure. Sure, why not? Has it convinced you to pick a Marie yet? The real problem I have is, like, I just don't really want to spend money on JP right now. So it's like, I would love to have Marie. I really like her design. But, like, chat, this is willpower. Like, I threw a couple of multis at her. I didn't get her. I'm not doing more. So it's like, I really would like to have her because I do think she's a good unit. I think especially for stuff like this, for challenge content, she's exceptional at just having a really solid kit overall. Oh, great. Now you chat, you weren't joking. I actually have to fight her. This is going to be unfortunate, though. Because I watched Tyra hit all like way too hard. Would have liked one of those Castoria Arts cards, but I'll take it. Oh, shouldn't have Killstole, now she's an enemy, I guess. And again, like, I shouldn't be doing AoE here versus a single target, but like, the kit for Marie is just really solid. Also, chat, here you go. You guys get to see the first form. Booba. I do find it weird if they're gonna have such a dramatic change in Ascension forms that they make all the NPs one Ascension form, right? I find stuff like that pretty odd, especially in like current year, if you will. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pop the invuln just to keep everybody healthy and basically delay that NP. I don't really want to do it, but I will. Like, I'm gonna take the turn of effective damage and refund. This summer will be quite hard for me. I think it's gonna be quite hard on a lot of people, because a lot of people, like, I mean, I guess in a weird way, some people had it eased up on them because a lot of people were gonna go hard in the tank for Ibuki. And I feel like the changes to Musashi at least made people second guess that. So I'm sure some people are backing off on her some, but yeah, I mean, there's still, like, even if you were to say like, oh, maybe I don't want Ibuki, there's still 2 supports as the other 5 stars. So it's like, good lord. And like I said, it's not like Ibuki's gonna be bad. She's straight up gonna be just pretty crazy over the next 2 years. So yeah, to me, it's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's just gonna be like picking the ones that you want the most and trying to get away with whatever you can get away with. And at that point, it is what it is. Okay. So she has no charge. I have enough charge to get everybody their shit here. But then everything goes on cooldown. Honestly, it's probably worth. So we'll go ahead and do it. So I don't have the extra for overcharge stacks, but this is gonna effectively stop Tyra from just bullying people. Scotty and Lady Avalon were always my targets, but Ibuki was never a target. Yeah, that's fine. Like, some people don't like Ibuki. Some people were absolutely convinced that Ibuki was like basically FGO Jesus and gonna like save them and be their like omni looper for everything in the game. And anywhere in between that. So like, to me, it's just like, it is what it is. And I'm gonna say, if all it took was another unit getting an upgrade to convince you to not roll for a unit, you probably were rolling the unit for the wrong reason, right? Like that's at that point saying, oh, I only care about the meta. I only care about who's strongest. And honestly, Ibuki is still more meta than Musashi because of the charge skill. So I don't know. I don't really think it's that big of an issue, but it's gonna be a question I'm gonna get a lot, I bet, over the next like year here. Well, sorry, like the next 6 months, if you will. Do we get tons of Saint Quartz this inning? Yeah, but it's not gonna guarantee anything. If you're lucky, you get 1 pity out of that, right? But that's really all you can hope for. Ooh, I got a Marie chain. And I'm gonna take that Marie chain. Give me the refund. My God. She just freaking hates the Pretender right now. Good lord, woman. Kaji, since you skipped Ibuki on JP, will you also skip her on an A? I don't remember if she's in my role plans or not, actually. I've been on the fence on her in a while, so I have her in my role plans, so I'll probably roll her. Like, usually if I skip a unit on JP, unless they're just like not in a good spot, I usually pick them up on an A. An example of this, don't hate me on it, chat. An example on this is what's his face that's coming up? Constantine. Like, I don't feel like Constantine was very well designed. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's unusable. I feel like rolling for that type of kit on an SSR is a stretch for most people. So, like, it is what it is. They got a lot of people to roll on JP because they just really liked his design. I completely understand that. His design is actually really good. I really like it, but yeah, it is ultimately the epitome of a unit that you do not have to roll. Like, that is completely up to you. It's your prerogative. You want to go for it, go for it. Waifu and lore, of course, over meta, but meta still important, so quite difficult to decide on who to summon. Yeah, I actually straight up agree with what Asheril said. Get the big meta supports. From there, you can make anyone else work. That's basically the way to understand it. Like, then at that point, you roll for the units you want, you roll for the units you love, and you're happy. Like, you're playing a game that you're happy with because you have units that you actually like, rather than you're only rolling meta and you end up like kind of hating the game because the meta units aren't units that you actually care for, right? So it's usually what I tell people. It can still feel good to get meta units because they're usually powerful, right? And so at that point it's like, ah, nice. Like, but yeah, it's not something that you normally have to do. Whoop-de-whoop. Chat, who would you like to see Arts loop over this? I'm gonna assume it's an AoE battle. Any recommendations? Archer Barcast? God damn it. All right. You want to see Archer Bardcast? I'll give you Archer Bardcast. You're not gonna like it. I hate to say this, chat. Archer Bardcast, I really like her, like her design and everything, but don't hurt me, please. You're gonna see. Actually, you know what? Let's go with the safest route. Let's go with the safest route, chat. Let me make sure she's in the correct form as well. Yeah, okay, I did switch her back to third. For the longest time, I had her in the maid form because I showed her off in that one on stream, but... K-scope? Yeah. Yeah, chat. Yeah. 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 If she actually can damage, this will be okay. If she can't... So yes, I didn't put her with 3 stars, but again, it's not that big of a deal. Oh shit. I believe the first one is nothing. I believe the second one is single target, and the third one is AoE. I straight up forget. It's been that long. Does anyone actually remember? Because I don't. Yeah, it's been long enough. I can tell you how I know. I can literally go pull up my video on her because that's straight up where I talked about it at the time. Option 2 is switching to single target. The left one is cancel. So option 3 is AoE, right? Wait. Okay, no, now I'm actually confused as to what the fuck you're saying, Avalon. You said that in like the worst possible way. Middle is AoE. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just had to double check just to make sure. Now, chat, this isn't with Castoria's like NP gain, but it's also because I don't really need it at this moment. I do have both her arts up. I have no idea if damage resistance is a thing here or not. Okay, so chat, that was like, what, 27%? It's triple berserkers, so I knew I was going to have an issue. Oh, I don't like that. That's drain. Yikes.
早炊きですカルメナ強者の務めを果たしましょう
I'll go ahead and do that. She's still got 2 more charge skills. And we'll finish off. But yeah, so the whole reason that I did triple support and still threw a K-scope on her chat, UDK Barcast really struggles to loop. She really does. Like, you very much need to brute force her. And especially going up against Berserkers, I knew this was trouble, and that's why I threw the craft essence on that I did. Again, you can see that was with both Castoria's NP gains up. She got 34% from 2 units. So, and one of those was probably all overkill hits. So at that point, we could extrapolate that to 3 even and say that she would have maybe gotten about 60% refund with like all buffs possible pretty much. So it's like, it's not that she's unloopable. It's that like the way I would equate her to is if any of you guys have tried to loop with Summer Tomoe. It's very similar in that regard where you just sit there and you go like, man, this is not quite enough. And you really have to like do a lot in order to help it out. That Bond 15 Castoria hurts to look at. Welcome to JP. This is now the future, chat. So I said, like, y'all need to not be in a hurry to bond your units. And I'm dead serious. Like, especially the meta supports. Other units, sure, but like the meta supports, they're gonna bond themselves and you're gonna be like actually annoyed by it at certain points. Because you're gonna be like, what the hell? Why are my supports bonding so fast? Teapots are a scam? A little bit at this point. I think we can look back at it and say that that is 100% what the developers are trying to do. Also, nice CE art. But yeah, like they're straight up attempting to get you to like bond faster, but for their own reasons. It's like it's under the guise of helping the player, but I think they actually just straight up want you to bond faster. What the heck is going on with my C's on JP? Whoa! So I can definitely level 100 to C. All right, chat, let's do that. Screw it. Let's level 100 to C. Which one do we want? Chat will literally get to see the rare thing on stream here. Which CE am I MLBing? Or level 100ing? That is a spare cranking. So I do have one already at 100. The second one at 100 would not be bad. Maiden Halloween, that's actually not a bad idea because that's all HP scaling. The low key is very good for that sort of thing. The Jalter C is excellent as a star bomb, but I don't have an MLB. Valentine Witches is actually pretty nice as well. That's one that I recommend on stream quite a bit. Fucking Wizard Marshal's almost there. Ooh, the Mamaraiko C is not bad. The Amakusa C is not bad, but it like I probably don't care about level 100ing it. I don't use it often enough. Races is 100. God, I have 2 extra Heavenly Demon Princesses. Holy crap. $100 Pepe C? Nah. Well, you can see, like, most of my best ones are level 100. Knights of Marines is a decent candidate, actually. Another royal icing? Yes. Hello, Katana. How's it going? Apex is not a bad one either. Is it again 50% charge and Buster? Is it a Star Bomb? I don't remember. Oh, right, overcharge. I'm okay with that. I don't need that. Not level 100 anyways. Frickin', I have Mud Rain. I have 3 copies of Mud Rain, chat. I have 4 copies of the Berserker specific Black Grail and only 2 actual Black Grails. It hurts me inside so much. I am so wounded by it. Yeah, I do have my maxed out Honey Lake. Let me sort this by level. Gonna make it a little bit easier on me. Because that allows me to see, here's everything I have already level 100. That's a lot OC right there, chat. Also a lot OC. Like, it's not a bad stable of level 100 Cs. The Nero C is good? Wait, which one? Talking about this one? Buster and Arts of 10%. And NP damage of 8%. What was this from? Was this from the collab? With Arcade? Yeah, I'll do that. Because that's sort of the way that it is. Okay, yeah. There you go, chat. Wait a minute. Huh? Is one of those not level 100? Or level, yeah, there you go. Wait, what? That's why. Wait, is it not? I am so fucking confused why it was, like, locking that out on me. There. Good lord. There. Okay. Now it's level 100. That's how precise it is. Also, will NA ever catch up to JP? The current officially stated stance on this is no. It's NP gain, not NP damage. Oh, really? Well, that makes it less valuable, but still good. I'm still okay with it. Like, this is a good C. And the fact that it's hybrid makes me want it because I don't have something like Battle Olympia on JP. So, yeah, I would say this. Don't ever expect them to, but I'm not going to say never. And the only reason I'm not going to say never is just because of kind of the way the game has trended over time. So we'll see. But I wouldn't hold your breath. Don't expect it. And if it happens, it happens. Just, again, I think if they ever were going to do something like that, you would definitely get a big dev announcement ahead of that. Like, so don't worry about it. Don't try to plan around it or anything like that. Well, now we get to battle more Avengers. I'm shocked, I tell you. I would have never expected more Avengers. Pick a different pretender. Actually, I think I have like the crummy version of Prisma Cosmos. Let me see here real quick. Trying to remember what it looks like though. I'll know it when I see it, if my eyes don't escape me. So there's the crummy version of Fragment of 2030. Take a shot for every Avenger fight, you'll be dead. There it is. Actually, screw it, I'll do it like that. Another game died because of it. Yeah, acceleration can be really rough. There's a lot of like pressure on the players to keep up and not to miss out on stuff. So it can be really nasty. Sigma Nation, free to play. Thank you for the follow. Had to make sense of the name for a second there. Oh boy, it's Boudica. Wait. Oh, now I'm angry. Don't you dare tease that. How dare they? I cannot believe they just pulled that on us. What the hell? They're mocking us. Yes, 100%. Okay, I will only accept this if this turns out to be Boudica Summer this year and we get like Sexy Avenger Boudica Summer. I will absolutely 10 out of 10 go for that. But like, god damn, they better not tease us with this after the community has been asking for it for years. Years, I tell you. That'd be super disappointing if they didn't give that to us. It does say Boudica question mark, so yeah. Not again, man. Can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, it's like, oof, right? By the way, chat, I love Nito Alter. She's also fantastic. I love her design. And again, that was one arts card that got her back to that point. Plus some help from Boudica there. Also go, oh, you mean you didn't Avenger Boudica as an enemy? Yeah. Do you think I should focus on having one AoE and single target on the higher end of the stat lines for each main 7 class? I've only gotten an MP5 Strong and an MP1 Mellow in my account to be considered as a good DPS so far. Are you saying, like, do I feel like you should roll for a high NP level of each? you definitely don't have to. The game doesn't really, it's not really balanced around having the higher NP levels. I think only the 90 plus content really is. It's up to you, right? Like I can't really answer questions like that because it depends on the player's desire to roll more. Usually a lot of people are very free to play or cheaply minded, and so I just tell them to make do with like NP1s because that is what they kind of have to do. NP2 is a nice sweet spot for units where you get a huge damage increase for getting that first additional copy, but it's still like, I don't necessarily advise anyone to have to do it. With units like Oberon and stuff in the game, there's so much damage boosting capability that like usually NP1 is perfectly fine for most things. So certainly you can try to go for like more meta units or units that you think would be very strong. But again, it's really up to you. Like I said, to me, the bigger thing is like have your bases covered, have that single target in that AoE, and then just getting the meta supports will be enough to really do for you. We like rolling good DPS peeps for each class instead of hyper focusing. Yeah, no, I absolutely recommend that. And the reason why is because like, let's say you get an archer thrown at you. Your Melison's not going to be very good at dealing with that. Or sorry, no, your Melison will be great at dealing with that, but your Trung sisters might not be, right? So then at that point, you might be able to make it work. If you get another Saber, though, your Melison's going to be poop against that, and your Trung sisters are going to be neutral. So it's like, it's not going to be the best of scenarios for you to run into. Maybe you get a class that's something that neither of them are effective against. So I know some of these units can be really strong, but it's usually a good idea to diversify just so you have something that's actually effective. Like, this may seem weird that I'm taking Avengers against Avengers, but that is only because in this specific, like, singularity, that is the mechanic. So, like, it's ignoring the normal class triangle for whatever reason. But yeah, so like that's usually my advice. That way the game can't throw anything at you that you're not really prepared for, right? That Patriot for country representation. No, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, basically that's what we advise you guys to do is roll for love. And then if you roll for love, you're not going to be like, oh God, I hate this game, because you're going to be using the units that you actually like, right? Where a lot of people got salty at FGO in the past was just due to the gacha rates being bad, people not saving, and then going like, wait, what the hell? What do you mean? Like, I didn't get the unit. And so there was a lot of that stuff over time. Now the game has a pity system though, so as long as you save up, you can reasonably hit that pity system. A lot of people get upset at how much it is to hit pity, but the game is actually exceedingly generous with how it gives out its currency. So it's really not that bad as long as you're playing the game. And from there, I'm just going to say, yeah, like you don't really have to like try very hard just to develop a good account. Just keep in mind, guys, with any of these gacha games, like I'm not even saying this specific to FGO, but with any gacha game, it is a marathon, not a race. So like you are going down the stretch. You have to be patient. You have to be persistent. That's how you succeed in these games. So just keep in mind that, like, yeah, it's going to take some time to develop the account. I really hope they improve their pity. I do too. Like I've told you guys before that one of the ways in which I hope that they actually improve it is I know a lot of people are caught up on the amount, but I want to see them actually like give the pity system more bells and whistles. So for instance, I want pity to like roll over. I don't want it to like just be only on that specific banner. I want pity to apply, you know, again, like across banners and stuff like that, or maybe remember how much you rolled on a unit so that if you got another banner of the unit, you could pick up where you left off, or maybe again applying to 4 stars. I think these are all ways that you could have a pity system function better than it currently is. Our pity system in FGO is very bare bones. They can still improve it, yeah. And chat, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that you see during the like 30 million downloads campaign or anniversary this year. I've said it before, I'll say it again, that I think improving the pity system is something that they will probably hold hostage as a like a game update, a game feature that they hype up for like one of the big like events. The need to improve SSR pity and introduce SR pity. Yeah. Never give up hope. I mean, again, I know how copium that sort of thing sounds, right? But it is what I truly believe at this point. I would really like to get everybody to their NP here and pop it, but I'm a little bit worried about Boudica, so we're just gonna kind of do it. I'm actually gonna take that and try to get some healing. I forgot to put more coins in the survey. No, they're winning. They lulled you into a false sense of security. They managed to keep it out of sight, out of mind, so you didn't put it in the survey. Again, this is why I say, chat, if you guys wait until Monday, you can fill it out with me. And we'll talk about all the big issues. And if I forget one, y'all can scream at me, so. Oof. We're just not in a good situation health-wise here. And if that were at 79 even for Castoria, I'd be able to just pop Proto Merlin's attack up. Made us all Romans, damn it. I think we do this. And then I think we do... I think we do that. We're basically going to try to invincible comp, but she doesn't have an offensive NP, but I'm just kind of trying to stall her to get more, like, effective health prevented. I plan to quite literally copy and paste what you write, Lamau. I mean, hey, go for it, right? Like, and again, like, you don't necessarily have to regurgitate everything I say, but, because, again, like, you guys may have different opinions tonight, but, and I always encourage you guys to, like, think for yourselves, right? I know, I feel like a lot of content creators, and I'm not just saying this in FGO, but I feel like in general, right? Like a lot of content creators out there for their various games try to get everybody to lockstep with them. I have a good case, a good argument to make for all of my opinions, but usually so do you guys. And like a lot of what the opinions of this game are formed by is what you want out of the game. And that may be different for different people. So as a result, like, I can't really say that my opinion is the best opinion and you should all agree with my opinion, right? Like, it may just be a simple case of agree to disagree, or it may be that, like, there's some nuance there that I didn't talk about that you feel is more important, or that, like, I don't think really matters, but, like, you think is more important, right? I'm Roma right now, don't worry. So chat, did she actually have an offensive NP, or was it just because she's a Shadow Servant she was just gonna bonk me? I just noticed the Anubis reference on Nito Altar with the heart and the feather. Yeah, Nito Altar's a really cool unit. I really like her. I also asked for more 1 to 2 star servants. We need more bronze units. Yeah, I mean, I can say that at least for one thing alone, and that's that we need a low star quick support. Like, period. The fact that we got what's her face? I keep wanting to say Concert U all of a sudden. 3-star alter ego arts, eats toast, Shufu, thank you. God, I could not think of her name. But yeah, the fact that Shufu came out and Shufu was yet another low star art support instead of being quick is wild to me. It was that simple. Just make her quick, and you could check that one off, and like quick had at least a low star unit that they could rely on. So the fact that they still like haven't done that to me is wild. We need another Saber in the FP Gotcha. Jason's not enough. I mean, you have Jason, you have Caesar, you have Fergus, you have God, what's his face? Yeah, I mean, you have Saber Lily, right? You also have another Lily. You have yeah, Theseus. You have what's his face? You have Jill's Lily. And yeah, I think you're okay. Yeah, Jill's Lily. Satanta's welfare. Hopefully people bring up a better account mining system. I put it in every year. Hey, that is one that, like, it's wild to me because apparently the Korean server has a better system for that. And I'm like, listen, guys, at what point can we not, like, take some initiative and do that? But again, I wonder if that's because the NA staff is more closely held than the other servers are. I wonder if they're not funded enough to do stuff like that, and that may be the issue. So, speaking of which, I wonder when we're going to get, like, the next announcement of what's next on JP. We are technically still in the 2-week period for Ordeal Call 2, so I'm not expecting an announcement imminent, but I do wonder, like, if they're going to have some dead time or if it's going to go right into something, because that'll be an interesting thing. I can't blame them for doing dead time after this, though, at this point. The cost for those services are a fraction of a penny per person per use. Don't get me wrong, I completely get that, but a fraction of a penny per person per use cost is too expensive when your funding is 0. And I'm not saying that their funding is 0, but, like, they may have nothing budgeted for something like that, right? Head colds suck? Yes, they do. Do the free multi you get every day at least? Yes, always, 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 always. I don't do a good job of this myself because, again, I've wailed and I've been playing the game for years, so I don't get very much out of it. But, like, straight up, chat, if you're a new player, come in here, do your FP roll every stinking day. Every stinking day. And with Grail casting out now, if you guys do your FP roll every day for an entire year, you will get a free Grail. It's like basically the equivalent of like 1.25 Grails on average from that. So, like, make sure you're doing that. That's the best argument I can make for doing that, is that, like, if you're not doing your FP roll daily, you're eventually throwing away a Grail. Super Surtur dead, 34 turns of being a pain in his ass. Oh, that's not that bad. You didn't have to go 50. How would you feel about 30 million download having an SSR ticket but only limited servants from year 1 to 3? I'd be okay with that. But, like, okay, let me state this. I'd be okay with that with my JP. My NA account would fucking hate that. It would absolutely hate that. But that's because my NA account basically has all of those units, so it wouldn't have an easy choice. I kill my past self so you see my suffering from the war? Yes. Avengers seemed like a horrible fate for Boudica. Oh, don't get me wrong, it is, but Boudica didn't exactly have a great fate in her normal life either, right? Cad could definitely get Ilya. Honestly, at that point, I might actually take Ilya finally, because it would at least save me ever having to roll for her. And like I said, I don't really care too much about Ilya. I don't really want her, but, like, if I'm forced between choosing that or and usually you can't get a USO from those things, or nothing, I may as well take it. But I'm still gonna be honest, at that point, I would actually consider just spending it on, like, getting coins for someone, because I don't know what I would do. Hello, Alba. How's it going? I mean, it's your NA, of course, but I know, like, I don't know how to react to that. I'd actually say I feel like it'd be more likely that instead of doing a year 1 to 3 limited, they would do a more recent one, like basically like years like 5 onward or something. And the reason is because I think they know that those your 1 to 3 units would not be nearly as desirable for the old people. But then at that point, I don't really understand why they would do that. I would just say just make the whole roster available and let someone pick, right? Because then the newer player can pick someone that's old, and the older player can pick someone that's new. Well, my free Hoku? Exactly. What would an adult Ilya look like anyways? Her mother? Yeah, probably her mother. I mean, all the homunculuses kind of look pretty samey, so I assume there would be some difference there, but not a lot. I want Doman, oddly enough. Doman's actually a really good unit gameplay-wise, so I don't blame you. And if you just want him for character-wise, then I do blame it. No, it's fine. It would depend if Draco was on it, because lots of people would choose her. Yeah, that would be really interesting. And I'm gonna say this: they can't keep leaving Draco off of GSSRs, because if they do, every single GSSR that they leave her off of is going to be a problem. People will keep pointing it out. People will keep getting upset about it, and it's only gonna get worse. Like, so. I find it really weird that they're taking that stance. But is Draco so popular because of arcade? Kind of. She's also just a really strong unit. It's really funny because when she first came out, I made a case that she may be one of the strongest units in the game. And a lot of people were like, nuh-uh, Cad, nuh-uh. And I'm like, yeah, why is it that everyone's wanting her all of a sudden? The reason why is she's effective against the 7 base classes, the 7 original classes. So it's like she's basically a berserker without the downside of being squishy. And she's got a really nice kit too. Banning Draco off of GSSR and giving her in a free ticket. Yeah, that'd be kind of weird, right? Like, I don't know that they would ever do something like that, because it would just, like, defeat the entire point of leaving her off of the GSSRs. They would have, in effect, saved their entire community money. And it's like, okay, if you want to do that, I'm down, but I don't think they will. Nira's always been popular, yeah. You want her for meta? I want her because DMC, we are not the same. But then don't you want all Nero copies? Folks were complaining she only had 50% and then realized she did fuck you amounts of damage and then changed their opinion really fast. Yeah, like I said, again, chat, I can't tell you how many times like my initial presented opinion of a unit has been right over the years. Like, there's so many times, and I'm not saying like everyone has to agree with me, but I am gonna say I don't feel like I've ever been wrong in that regard. Like, I've been wrong about many things on stream, but usually like my analysis of a unit is spot on. And the reason why is because I actually take the time and look at it from all angles. It's very rare that I would not do so. Like, and it would have to be that I was extremely busy and got rushed in my analysis. But usually I take the time and look at it. There have been things that I have like missed before, but it usually isn't significant enough to change the actual overall opinion of something. And it's one of the reasons that I ask like people like Avalon to run numbers for me, or I talk with people like Bob about a unit, because that's me checking my bases and making sure there's something that I'm not considering, right? Like I want to like make sure that I give the most holistic opinion that I can on a unit. Have I done the survey yet? No, I have not. But like I said, the survey's probably going to take me a while, so we'll probably do it Monday. And again, like, if you guys are around, you guys can fill it out alongside me. We can talk about what the issues are and why I'm writing what I'm writing. Which ascension were you looking at in all angles? Of the third ascension. It's always good to get a second or third opinion on stuff. Yeah, 100%. Like, and chat, more than being right, like more than me being right, I value giving you the correct like statement on something. And I'm dead serious on this. Told you guys time and time again, I have no qualms with admitting if I'm wrong about something, simply because my entire goal is to like educate people and like let people be as informed as possible. For years, like I watched the community like not give out information and try to clutch pearls and hold it like tight and secret, and I said no, I'd rather just, you know, shed light on everything and let people decide. And that's always been what I've been trying to do with this channel. 108 play, thank you for the follow. Correct statement. Yeah, I want to say like correct opinion, but I'm like, well, it's an opinion, right? And I do realize that I have opinions, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I would like to give you the right answer to something rather than me being right. So rather than convince you that you're wrong and I'm right, I would rather we both came to the correct thing, to the like accurate analysis on something. And there are some things that are just purely opinionated, like how you feel about the story or something like that, right? Like that sort of thing is always going to be in the eye of the beholder. But most other people's reactions to new units are mega biased. Yours are usually the only ones that actually just talk the facts. Yep. And chat, sometimes the answer is inconvenient. Like, I want UDK Barcast to be fucking great. I love that unit. Her refund's not there. It's trash. That is the unfortunate statement that I can say. Like, and that's sad, but there are ways you can make it work. It's not like that just completely gimps her and there's nothing you can do about it. So the whole reason why I'm gonna tell you that is to let you know that it's an issue and to help you prepare for it. That if you really like UDK Barcast, you know how to handle it. It hurts, but it's true. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't want to have to say that, but it is the truth. And I'd be doing you a disservice if I tried to sit there and be like, oh, bro, UDK Barcast is one of the highest refunders in the game. You should have to roll her. Like, no, dude, that's like the worst thing I can do is try to mislead someone, right? When I saw a rainbow, I was praying to get a spook. I want melt from this banner the most. Yeah, I hope you get her, Persh. It's always funny to read statements like that just because it's like it's somebody rolling not for like the main thing on the banner. And I was right there with you. Like I was doing that myself earlier because I ended up getting really lucky and getting the Trung sisters, and then like went like, oh crap, I was actually supposed to get one more melt here. Summer Gareth should be way stronger. Yeah, Summer Gareth, I'll talk about her when we actually get to her banner this year, but like Summer Gareth, I feel so bad for her because to me they did her dirty. She's not awful, she's not unusable, but like, come on, how are you supposed to compete with Gawain that has already existed for like freaking 5 years at this point, and freaking Barcast, which is one of the most popular units in the entire game? Like, it just doesn't feel fair. How are summonings going? I'm not, sorry. Like, yeah, I just realized I was sitting on the FP page. We were just talking about how people need to roll their FP every day. Year 1 to 4, who is the hottest servant during that time? Honest, that is not a saber. It's not. It's a ruler. I don't know what you expect, chat. I don't know what you expect when you ask me a question like that. No bias. Yeah, I will 100% disclose when I'm biased on something. Like you guys know, if you ask me about the saber faces, it's not that if you try to ask me to be objective, I can be objective on it. But like, if you don't ask me to, I'm not going to be. How are you doing though, 108? Bias on my waifu for me? Exactly. Everyone's gonna answer with their own waifu. Like, it just is what it is. What's the worst saber face? The correct answer is that there isn't one. How long exactly did it take you for your first 120? Since I'm starting on my journey to max a character, I just want to eyeball an estimate to get a sense. I'm gonna say this, Oof. If you don't have a lot of units like already raised up to max level, don't embark on like grailing and stuff yet. And the reason why I say that is because I don't even have to talk 120, for instance, but just the amount of grailing someone to like 100, to like, let's say like 90 to 100, there's enough embers used right here that pretty much could have taken another unit to level 80. So like that's you grailing one unit 10 more levels cost you having another unit that's like a 4-star leveled up to max. So that can be significant. That's why I say like try to make sure you level up a bunch of your roster first, then start working on grails. That way, like, you know, again, if it's going to be a thing that's going to dramatically impact your enjoyment of the game, go for it, I guess. But usually I tell people to do that because it's smarter and you'll have a more robust account. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting to grail your units. As for like how long a 120 takes, it really depends on your like farming opportunities. A lot of people get it done with like embers from a lotto, but outside of that, the best argument is to wait for like half cost ember gathering and like farm the 5-star embers. I don't really recommend that. It like at least not if you're not a veteran player that has like nothing else to do. If you're a newer player, you're going to need ascension mats way more than you're going to want the embers, right? So again, it can take you a span of like a day, or it can take you a span of like a couple months, and it really just depends. Because Saberface is still easily Saber Lily. I don't know that it is. I actually, like, I have a hard time answering that question because I can use all of them effectively. Like taking that question actually seriously, I could not tell you who the weakest Saberface is, and I think saying Lily is weak is probably depending on like early game bias where she didn't have her NP interlude, she didn't have a charge skill, and she was just in a very like weird spot because she had very low attack. Lakshmi Black Grail Loops, yeah, so it's like things have changed a lot. And like even with someone like Lakshmi, oh my god, I've used her so much in like Saberface only farm. The entirety of my roster is max ascended anyways, since I don't often pull. Oh, okay, so sorry, I thought you were like a newer player in that regard. So if you have the most of your roster max ascended, I mean at that point, you know, it's not bad to embark upon such a thing. And like I said, it'll probably take you a couple of months, as long as you're not being wasteful with apples, right? Because I feel like if you're just going into like ember gathering or half cost ember gathering and popping apples, you can do that, but those apples are probably better spent on things like lottos and stuff. So it's up to you to determine where to use them. But yeah, outside of that, it can take you a couple of months to get it done. Like I said, I have 4 120s on an A now. My JP has a 120 right here, a 120 right here, no, I'm sorry, this is my NA, isn't it? Oh no, this is my JP. I did get Squirtoriated JP on 120 on JP. I forgot about that. I didn't think I did for a second there. Because for a long time I was coin locked on her and I forgot I rolled MP5 of her finally. But yeah, so I have a 120 there, and there. I have a 114 right here. I have a 106. This will actually be my next 120 is going to be Zertoria. And I think I have someone else in Prague. I'm trying to remember. It may be Maid Alter is who it is. Do a message about the day. Seen the new Godzilla and the Kong New Empire? No, I didn't. I saw like Was it like IGN rated that movie like really bad or something? Which I was surprised by because people have been liking the newer like Godzilla movies lately. But again, I haven't dabbled in the Godzilla movies yet. It's on my to-do list though. You can't answer? Yeah. Mixa? Ooh, Mixa is probably not in the best spot. Like, calling her weak is rather odd because she actually has really good crit damage and a decent niche. But yeah, she doesn't have charge, and her looping is not altogether there. So like, you can brute force her and make her loop. It's just not the best. And even someone like Jonta. Yeah, Jonta's probably a good candidate for that. The problem with saying it's Jonta, freaking Jonta's still got healing in her kit. Like, it's actually pretty wild. Jonta's one of the only saber faces that can heal. I like Mordred in this game. Mordred's doing pretty good now. And Mixa will probably get it too, Burning. Like, they'll probably come back around when they actually put her in the Evocation Festival, and they'll probably do it then. But that may be a while still. Is this year or next year that Summer Okita gets her battery? Summer Okita. Next year. She just got that last year, and it was really nice. She became a Black Grail Looper. Mixa is an evocation. Is she already? Did we already get her? I didn't think we did. Let me double check, because like, so Chad, I'm about to reveal something to you. There's something I have not done on the Evocation Festival on JP. And that's this is actually a time issue. I really have like not had the time to do it. Okay, that is 0. I was gonna say, I was like, wait a minute, I saw 2 there. Which button's my Evocation Festival? There it is. So I've actually not bought my my Santa altar yet. I will. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go ahead and buy her right now, just so that I get that taken care of. But yeah, like I said, that was actually a timing issue. I've been so busy with the freaking lotto and everything else that it's like, since that happened, between work and all the other crap like content creation, I haven't had the time to actually sit down and take a look at the Evocation Festival units. Fake Saberfed? No. Listen, I knew it. I knew she was in there, and I literally just hadn't had the time to go do it. That's why it's like, okay, fine, I'm here. I need to just do it. Because it's like, it's one of those things where every moment, like, that I had the thought of doing it, I was not in a good point to, like, grab my phone and do it. And then, like, later on when I'd grab my phone, I had forgotten already, just from crap like that. So. Okay, looks like I also haven't grabbed my Jonta since she came back. Oh, because I have to get her, don't I? Sweet, that's 2 more units I get to foe, though, at least. Unfortunately, they're for 2 of the classes that need foes the most. How dare you disappoint us all? I know. Like I said, I've known the Christmas ones were in here. Chat, this is how busy I've been. Literally since Christmas. Like, since January, I have not really had any time. So, like I said, I've got like 3 more weeks in tax season, and I'm already like, I'm having dangerous thoughts. Thoughts like, wait, I can take a vacation. I don't remember what taking a vacation is like. What is time off? What does that even mean? That sort of stuff, right? Can't wait to get this on NA. There's so many I've missed. Yeah, and again, let this serve as a like how-to basically. So it's like you get these leaves from all the stuff in chat. It's not like I'm wanting for leaves. Like holy crap. And basically they're just gonna go straight into buying all this stuff. And you can see I'm not buying the coins just yet because I'll come back and get those as needed. That's weird. I already have my Altera, so it looks like it's just buying additional copies of Altera. I already have Santa Carna. I already bought Cha-Cha. I already have him. No, I did get Ellie when she came by. Yeah, Mixa is in here. Okay. God, when did we get Mixa? Like what grouping did she come with? I don't even friggin' remember that. And you can see these are the ones that I bought. So like, yeah. I don't know that there's a welfare that I don't have anymore than on JP, which is really nice. I just started playing on an A about a weekend. I'm very interested in both new servants on JP. Should I make an account? If so, how do I do it correctly? What operating system do you use, Lionheart? Like, are you playing like on PC with an emulator? Are you Android or are you iPhone? Do I have Summer Ishtar? Yes, I do. I actually started JP during Summer Ishtar's event. 2 weeks in, or sorry, a week into the event as well, and I still managed to get her all the way. Mixa was the second. Oh god, it was that long ago. Okay, no wonder I don't remember. I used RP to get her NPs. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm playing on my phone Android. So I'm not an expert on Android, so I can't tell you exactly how to do that one. Someone in chat may be able to inform you because I'm an iPhone user myself personally. But should you start a JP account? Let me ask you this. Do you play other gacha games? Or is like FGO the only one that you play? And I'll ask you questions that like no one else will ask you in regards to this, because other people just tell you no, or other people just tell you yes. I'll basically ask you questions so that you can decide. I love the Evo Festival promotion arts. Yeah, I think they're great. I actually really like that they're doing that. Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but FGO is finally hosting another art contest. Finally. That is like 100% one of the big things that I've recommended people like that they need to start doing again, because that will get artists drawing FGO art. You just installed the APK, yeah. I was heavily into DB Legends, but now just casually, basically the dailies. She's LB3 on NA. Okay, yeah, and the reason why I'm asking is because a lot of this is a you thing. If you're someone that plays and carries a lot of gacha games, because there's some people out there that play like 5 to 8 different gacha games, and it's like, I don't know how they do it, right? Then you could probably easily pick up JP and play JP. But depending on how much time you have and how much effort you want to go to, I actually don't recommend playing 2 servers. And the reason why I say this is because if you're just curious to know how things are, I can absolutely show you, because I do play both servers as a content creator. And the entire reason that I play 2 is only because I'm a content creator. I can easily say that I would only end up playing NA if I weren't a content creator. But that being said, I went about it basically to help inform people. It is an undertaking to play both servers seriously with like full attention to things. It can often take a lot of time, especially because you can just have overlapping events that like you're not able to just like devote all of your time to one server or the other. So it's totally up to you. Basically, my advice to people is don't pick up a second account or a second server unless you're going to play it like it's a main. Because if you're not, then usually what ends up happening is you just end up falling behind on that server, you end up missing out on stuff, or you basically just can't really maintain it, and it ultimately ends up being a waste of time. And so that's why I tell people, it's like, if you feel like you're someone that can devote enough time to play both of them as if they were a main account, then you'll be fine. But if you can't, it's probably not worth. So it's like, if you're just like have a passing interest in the JP units that just came out, I don't really recommend it. But if you're like, okay, I really want to start JP and I really want to start playing it, then go for it. I think like it can be fun a little bit to play both, as long as you're someone that has the time to manage it. FGO is my only gacha until Uma Musume Global becomes a reality. Have they actually announced if that's a thing, Beans? Like, I actually don't know. Because I know it's like right now it's only in Japanese. Uma Global never gonna happen? Okay. No, it's just copium. Okay. I can see that it would be copium too, just from the simple standpoint of, like, I'm not really sure that that like the rest of the world would take to a horse racing gacha as much. Horse racing is huge in Japan, and that's why like it's such a big thing for them, and I'm not surprised that it's successful. Horse racing can be a thing here, but it's usually a sport of only the rich people in America, and so like I don't think it's nearly got as much of a presence as it used to, like maybe like 20 or 30 years ago even. So it's like, yeah, I would wonder. I'm not going to say it couldn't be popular, because I feel like what makes it popular as well is like the fact that it's a blend of horse racing and idols. Like they basically try to turn them into idol culture and all that. They give concerts, they dance and stuff. So like, I'm not going to say it couldn't be successful, but I feel like it would definitely appeal more to like the ironically enough, the like VTuber side of things. I'm not super hardcore into it. I just like playing the characters that are like, yeah, it's all good. Now I'm interested in Doman and Dante and NA, but I have no idea when their banners come back. I highly recommend checking out the exclamation point banners link in the stream. Like if you type in exclamation point banners, it's a command and it'll pull up the entire roster of images for like the upcoming ones. And it basically starts out with JP, which is 2 years ahead of NA, and then each like image is 1 year like down the list. So like NA would be the 2022 banners in effect for JP. 24K of those things, how? What, the things? Like, because I already have most of the welfares. And like I said, I buy the coins as needed. Wait on that Soul 11 game, looks promising, unlike that DMC game. Listen, even if it looks promising, I ain't touching games like that, because most of them are cash grabs at this point. Like, at least with FGO, while it's based off a pre-existing like anime IP, FGO was done like on its own in its own time as its own project, rather than being like, oh shit, our anime's out now, better make a mobile game to cash in on it. I feel like that is what a lot of those games do nowadays. So it's like, hopefully solo leveling, again, if it's looking good, hopefully it is the exception and not the rule. But like, dear God, yeah, at this point, I pretty much feel like all of those things are just like very short-lived cash grabs that end up lasting for 6 months to a year and then getting shut down. The one by Netmarble, good luck. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is it's usually the companies that are running them don't do a good job. Like they could easily be successful because the IP is popular if they would just try, and they just don't try. They just try to make money. Again, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not saying the solo leveling game is going to be bad. I'm saying the odds are against it, though. World Flipper GL is getting their Uma Musume collab, and World Flipper GL goes EOS this year, and JP already EOS. What the fuck? That's so weird. Why do you collab with a game that's ending its service? Like, feels like that's just spending more money. I think I'll do JP as well so I can play them. Yeah. Here's what I'll say, Lionheart, just pick a server and make that your main at minimum. And no matter what happens on the other server, just make sure you're always doing everything you need to do on that one server. And from there, again, treat the second server as you will. You can try to treat it as a main, but if push comes to shove, just make sure you don't fall off on the other server. Cagliostro doesn't feel good to use. I think he's fine. I think you can loop with him pretty well. I think 3 gotchas are enough for me. 3 gotchas are enough for most people. Like, it's why when chat asks me like, "Hey, Cad, you gonna play Wuthering?" I'm like, I don't know, maybe, right? Like, because like the problem that I have is I play NA and JP, so I play 2 gotcha games. They're the same gotcha game, but I play 2 gotcha games. So like, trying to pick up a 3rd gotcha game is really rough on me every single time, especially with how much I work. Are those easy to get? Oh, the leaves? They're really not bad. You usually get them from campaigns, from events, or from logging in. Cat, do I play Reverse 1999? No, I never touched it. I know it has like some Chaldea references and stuff in it, but like other than that, I don't touch it. In fact, I'm gonna be honest, I know of like 1 or 2 people that play it, but outside of it getting randomly brought up, I haven't ever heard it like get discussed really. So I know it's out there, but let's see, IP is gigantic like Fate, DBZ, or One Piece. Yeah, like I said, they really feel like they're cash grabs for most of them. I do feel like at least the solo leveling IP has the capacity to be a good gacha game. Because the whole basis of solo leveling is you have hunters, right? And so, like, it's pretty easy to just come up with more hunters. Like, the IP allows for it fairly well. Strictly optional in event shops. I haven't missed a single leaf from an event shop. I always get them, but they are usually the last things I buy because I have so many of the leaves that I kind of know I can just like let it be. And I'm gonna say this: one of my predictions, chat, is that they will allow me. Here's big brain prediction for everybody who stayed late to stream. Eventually, they will release all welfares into the Evocation Festival system. At that point, players will have an exorbitant number of leaves, particularly the veterans. They won't have anything to do with those leaves, and they will continue to gain leaves from dailies, from event shops, from everything else. That's how they'll fix coins. They'll put coins into being able to be bought by Evocation Festival leaves. Because that way they're still somewhat time restricted and you can't just farm them. But it would give you a much more like easy route to acquiring them. Like that is how I actually could see them fixing coins. One of my more prevalent predictions at the current moment. So this game lasts until then? Yeah, they actually don't have that many welfares left to put in the Evocation Festival. So like I'd have to look at a list to see how many we're missing, but I think we're only missing something like, that is like 10 different welfares, and they're all like newer for the most part, so. Do you have any welfares at Bond 15? No. Like what, 20 left? Maybe. Yeah, like I'm not aware of how many are left, but I can tell you they could easily knock out the rest this year if they wanted to. You think we'll ever get a new use for mana prisms? We have. Like, oh well, they have put more stuff into the mana prism shop. So For those of you guys that haven't seen, again, yeah, obviously you can buy blue cubes. You can buy your, you can buy a Bond Grail. You can buy a faux pas print now. You can buy blah 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 blah, like all of this. Actually, I believe the Bond Grail, I don't think this is a normal thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think this was a one-off. But the faux pas print is permanently here now. You can buy one. You got the keys, which were a at least newer edition. You got tickets. You got your 5-star embers. You now have copies of Gold Foes in here. So, like, they have added more to be able to do with mana prisms. Like I said, technically the mana prism / rare prism video is one I need to remake, but that one's a bear to remake, so. Bond Grail campaign. Bond Grail was campaign related, I think. Yeah, I believe so. For 1 MP, yeah. That was the easy indicator, is like, kind of had to be a campaign when it's only going to cost 1, because you know there's no way in hell they would put a Bond Grail in there for that cheap otherwise. I would love to buy a Bond Grail at 100. Yeah, and that's why they won't let you, right? Like, they restrict these. In chat, look how many Bond Grails I have. This is why I told you guys to basically, like, I'm not going to say to stop buying Bond Grails with rare prisms, but, like, you really don't need to buy as many, because they give you a shit ton of them. Well, they didn't really hand them out like candy so much as, like, they made an update where there were a bunch of resources for having cleared story. And for veteran players that had completed them all already, you basically got the influx of like 30 different Bond Grails from that. So as a result, it's like, oh, well, now I just don't need to buy Bond Grails for like months on end. Like, Chad, I can tell you right now, it's gonna be like 2 years before I have to buy a Bond Grail ever again, at minimum. It's going pretty good, Raku. How are you doing? For the ideal call clash missions, yeah. Guilty of buying some. You don't have to feel bad about buying. I guess what I'm trying to say is just that now that you know there's a huge influx coming, you can slow roll them, right? Like, you don't have to sit there and buy every single one that shows up. I've just been conditioned on a day to always want to buy the Bond Grail from the RP shop. Yeah, whereas, like, I've always been the flip side. Like, I've always been just buy the crystallized lore if nothing else. So, like, my NA account is sitting on like 7 Bond Grails right now, and I'm not buying any others because we're getting close enough that those 7 will probably last me, especially because I'll get like 1 to 2 more free ones. What did you do with the Valentine Seas? Well, they don't exist anymore, if that's what you're asking. Okay. You want the big brain pro tip version of what to do with Valentine Seas. So, they're rotting in your inventory. Here's what I'm going to tell you to do. Pick your 5 favorite Valentine Seas. Save them. Every other Valentine Sea, feed to a CE bomb. Why your 5 favorite? Because every single Valentine's event is a point-based event. It's a point ladder. And every single Valentine's event uses different craft essences. The only craft essences that are still used every Valentine's are the actual Valentine CEs from your units. And they usually give 10% point bonus, which is not a lot, but like does work. So save 5 of them, because if you don't roll in a Valentine's Day, or maybe you're waiting for a specific day to roll, you will at least have point Cs until you can get like the shop C and other stuff. That's the big brain strategy. Save 5. Wells don't need the 30-cent core tough bond up, but they'll take it. Yeah, like my entire strategy is revolving around bond grails, chat, is that I will take a unit up to bond 10. Like I will try to be bond efficient. So like I will try not to use a bond 10 unit, but if push comes to shove, I'm not going to gimp myself and I'll use the bond 10 unit. Now, what determines whether or not I will bond grail is how much am I going to use this bond 10 unit? So let me give you an example of this. Let's say my Paracelsus is bond 10. I could use Paracelsus. He's a really nice unit. But do I see myself using Paracelsus all that much when I have a Shufu that's not bond 10? Probably not. I'm going to go use the Shufu instead. So I'm probably not going to bond grail that Paracelsus, because I'm not missing that much bond even if I somehow got forced to use him once or twice. Conversely, let's say my Arash is bond 10. Am I going to bond grail that Arash? Fuck yeah, I am, because I'm still going to use that Arash a ton. Like, so that's the logic I go through. Waifus and meta supports and units that I'm going to use a ton get the bond grails. Units that I'm not going to use very often, I don't bother bond grailing them if they reach bond 10, because basically it's just one of those things where I'm not going to be missing out on that much bond anyways. Because like you can throw a bond grail on every bond 10 unit you have, but like, I mean, crap, chat, if you're someone like me, I have every single low star at bond 10 at this point on my NA account, other than like a good chunk of the 3 stars, but basically every single 2-star and 1-star is done, with the exception being Jason. So like, yeah, it gets difficult basically to actually find a use. And so at that point, then if I actually do have all my 1-stars and 2-stars bond 10, and I go, oh shit, I have no one else to stick in that final slot, then I'll put a bond grail on someone if I have no one else left, right? Didn't they say they were also planning on fixing bond Cs? Not fixing so much as they were going to do something else with them, and they haven't said what it is. So it may be a fix, but like, we just don't know. Like, I think a lot of people will assume it's them fixing bond Cs, but like, it may just be some other system or them like doing something. I think it's sacred. I eat them all. Jesus. When you have 30 plus bond grails, does it really matter? Yeah. Yeah. And here's why, chat. That is 7 saber faces. 7 saber faces that I can take to bond 15. For more coins. Right? That's the way I think about that. 5 bond grails per unit. So it's like, just because I'm not using them right now at this moment doesn't mean that I won't have a future use for them. So why should I put a bond grail on a unit that I have, like, it will probably never reach bond 11 versus a unit that I know I'm going to use profusely? Like, don't get me wrong, I hear what you're saying. It's just like, that's how I approach it. You may decide to approach it differently. But that's the logic that I apply for it. I have 2 bond 11 units, Arturian Waver. Yeah. I love the enhancement on the bond grills. Yes, enhance. If you want to, burning them on all bond 10 servants. Yeah, like, chat, this is why I say, like, I'm a very bond deficient person. Very bond efficient. Like, let's go look at the ordeal call node. What am I using for that node? Oops, sorry, that's my support list. Okay. What am I using for it? So she should actually not be here. That's actually holdover from something else. Well, MASH is a party cost issue more than anything. And that's just so I can take yet another CE here. So from there, this is a support Castoria, so I don't have to use my own, because my own is already bond 15. This is the Destructoid that I'm using. And as you can see, this recently hit bond 10, and I went, well, I'm not going to stop using her because she's really good, and I have her at MP5. So she's going all the way to bond 15. This is one of my rare remaining support units that is not already at a high bond level, so it's getting used. And it's going from bond 10 to bond 11. This is one of my rare support units that's not at a high bond level, and it's going from 11 to 12. Now, here's the concept that you guys need to understand. I am getting like 3k plus bond for every single run I do in that node. These units are bonding insanely fast. So like, especially on the front line, because remember chat, with JP, this bonds at a normal rate. This bonds at a plus 20% rate. So whichever unit is in the front line here ends up bonding so much faster. And that is exactly why I have Bride in this slot instead of Tamamo. Because Tamamo's headed towards bond 12, Bride's only headed towards bond 11. The Bride can catch up to Tamamo, basically. So there's actual logic behind why I'm doing all the stuff that I'm doing. No problem, Rico. Have a good one. But yeah, like basically, you're not wrong. I can absolutely plow right through 30 bond grails pretty quickly. It would take me a couple months, but I could do it. Like, the whole reason why I have to sit on it is because I know, chat. Like, for instance, I need 4 more bond grails right here. I need 3 more right here. I need 4 more right here. That right there. There you go. That's 11. 11 of the 35. Just for this one specific comp that I'm running. But the servancies don't change, and you just save 5 for a full squad. Yes, 100% Oofy. Now you got it. Yeah. Because, like, basically, you might not roll in the new Valentine's event and have those new CEs. Or you might not roll until, like, I don't know, like day 11 of the event, because that's the day that the banner that the unit that you want is on. So for those first 11 days, you won't really have CEs. But you will still have your old Valentine CEs that are still a bonus CE. That's why I tell you to save 5 so you have the full squad. Because again, it's 5 for the units you have to take plus a support unit. What are you going to do to servants that you bond 15? Well, my Castoria is bond 15. Am I taking her in this comp? No. If the only solution to do this node was to take a bond 15 Castoria to the comp, though, would I do it? Yeah. I would try every way to do it, like, without shooting myself in the foot, without using her. But if the only way was either shoot myself in the foot or take bond 15 Castoria, I'm going to take bond 15 Castoria. I'm not going to, like, throw the unit in the second archive and never use them, but I will try not to use them. So, like, at that point, I would say, okay, well, my Castoria kind of needs to be used if it's an arts comp. Can I do it as quick? Can I do it as Buster? And so those are things that I explore. And this is why I say, like, it's so important to have the supports, because it just opens up options for you. These are really good discussions, by the way. I'm actually really liking this. This is why you guys are getting extra stream time out of me. Normally we're, like, complaining about some bullshit that happened in FGO for the day. So it's like, a lot of the times, chat, I don't care to keep having those conversations ad nauseum because they're just really negative, right? But if it's you guys asking good questions, I have no problem with answering them. It's also the weekend, so. She's Lady Avalon? Don't worry. She's getting used. I don't have to fast track my Lady Avalon because she gets used all the time in CQs. So. And she'll be Bond 10 soon enough. Again, you guys can see I'm using her in Ordeal Call 2 right now. So I remember only the event C gives point bonus for Valentine's, not the gotcha. Yeah, you have event, so you have the shop seat, as I like to call it, shop C that you can buy for free basically with shop currency is a point C. Gotcha CEs are like shop currency, and then I'm gonna call them chocolate CEs. Okay, chocolate CEs are also point. This is why I say to save 5, because again, you may have nothing else to put on the units. Right? Like if you're not rolling in the gotcha or you're not rolling until a later point, you might have some shop currency or yeah, you might use your shop currency to buy the actual shop C to get a point C on there, but odds are you're going to need some other stuff to run. So it may only be useful to you in like the first day of the event, but hell, that's extra points you get, and crap, at that point it might actually allow you to get something else out of the shop, you know, at the end of the event. So to me, it's just a like pro tip to like get more bang for your buck. Just save those 5 Cs and you'll never regret it. And like I said, the rest of them you can just keep throwing in if you don't care. Anybody's worth Bond Grails if you like them, left? Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I'm not telling you guys not to use Bond Grails. I guess the example that I'm trying to paint is using Bond efficiently. And I'm weird, chat. Like I said, I'll use a Bond 15 unit. There's people out there that are like adamant that they will not touch a Bond 10 or a Bond 15 unit. If you're maxed out on Bond, they won't fucking use them. It is what it is. I guess what you could say is I'm pragmatic. I'm practical. I will straight up use tools that are given to me. And I will try to do the best that I can with them, but I'm not gonna like make myself have a terrible time in the game because I refuse to use things. What was the damage? No damage. It was excellent. You got Nidacris up to bottom 12. She's definitely too good to not use past Bond 10. Yeah, my Nidacris is Bond Grailed on JP as well. Is Kojiro worth Bond Grailing? Let me ask you this. You have Kojiro Grailed? No? Then no. Right? Like, if you don't like him that much, and you don't use him that much, do you need to Bond Grail him? No. like I said, it's usually an issue of just like being practical with it. If you're gonna use them, then Bond Grail them. If you're not gonna use them, don't Bond Grail them. I don't have the dude at Bond 6. Yeah, it is what it is. I was planning to just throw him in the backline to farm Bond. I mean, do you have all your other 1-stars bonded up to Bond 10? Right? Like keep putting in the other ones and first get their Bond Cs. Especially if they do end up doing something with Bond Cs. Like, chat, I haven't told you guys this, but like low key behind the scenes, yeah, I've like basically worked to make sure that most of the saber faces are Bond 10 at least. Especially the ones that I think are more niche to use. I guess it's an issue of degree. The bond loss of bringing a bond 15 to a challenge fight isn't a big deal. The bond loss of bringing a bond 15 to farming is more significant. Yeah, 100% lucky. I completely agree with that statement, right? So it's like, if I had to use my Paracelsus one time at bond 10, it's not the end of the world. If I am going to use my Paracelsus repeatedly in a farming node, I'm going to probably bond grail them. And that is a good way to think about it. So lottos especially are a big driver of these sorts of things. And again, now you guys are seeing Ordeal Call is a huge driver of bond as well. Anyways, chat, I'm going to end it here. It is 11:30. You guys got an extra half hour out of me since I ended a half hour early yesterday. So let us find somebody to love. We raided Mr. Guru's last night. So, oh, CZ's on. I'm going to send you guys his way. I haven't gotten to raid CZ in a hot second. But again, thank you guys for being here. I may stream tomorrow if I feel up to it. I may not. It's really going to depend on my tiredness scale. You will not get a stream out of me Sunday. Sunday is Easter Sunday. I will be at my parents' until past my stream time. So don't expect Sunday. But again, like I said, Saturday, get on the Discord. I'll let you guys know if I'm going live. And it'll probably just be like variety or something like that as we chill. And then if not, I will see you guys Monday. We'll do the survey. I'll have the Tai Sui video out for Monday as well. So hope to see you guys for that. Go give CZ my love and have a good one.